nice to be Saturday.
Ah, here's Amanda. Hello, Vesica.
Hello. Hi, Rachel.
Hello.
Excited.
I can't wait to hear Margarita speak.
From
I'm
who?
getting nervous.
No, no need to be nervous.
Oh, you're the first one? You will be fine. Congratulations. Oh my God.
Oh,
Okay, I have to finish brushing my teeth. I'll be right back.
Oh, lovely. Oh dear. How are you going, Amanda? Have you got sound and voice yet? I'll just check my messages. Hello. Hello, Wahib. We're just starting a little bit late, everyone. Amanda's having some techie issues. She'll be with us shortly. Most people here using AI now. We're all
Yep.
seasoned AI users.
What season? About a year.
Oh, that's seasoned. A year's a long time in AI, isn't it? In tech at the moment. A week is a long time.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, I
Who's
got a
here?
bubber in my lap. Hi, sorry, my whole computer just crashed just before I wanted to start the Zoom meeting. You wouldn't believe it. And so I had to restart my
Mhm.
computer just when you want to print the assignment right when it's due, right? And the printer's going to break down. I was all
Yeah.
ready and everything just crashed and it's frozen and everything. So welcome everyone. Sorry about that. I've just got my little bubba. She just woke up and she's crying for mummy. So I hope it's no one is offended if I've just cuddling my bubba on my lap just for a little bit while we begin mum life. So really excited to have everyone here. Thank you all for coming. I'm gonna make sure we get the recording and get everything started and make sure we have pause stop recording. I think it's automatically recording. So it says pause stop recording. Cool. I set it to automatically record so we can all get this call later. Who've we got? Margarita, exciting. Sylvie, super stoked for the amazing woman we've got speaking today, which I'm sure many of you know them. Starting with the lovely Margarita is here, and yeah, we've got a banging lineup. Super stoked for you all. So we're gonna have a little intro. Just gotta. I'm still sorry trying to open everything on my computer because everything shut down and it's all freezing and just wanted everything to work perfectly right when I needed it. Shall we introduce ourselves, Rachel? Can you help kick things off just with a little intro? We'd like to hear from you as the editor. That's my little welcome from me, firstly. Officially, She Is I welcomes you all to the We Heart AI Summit, episode 1. Woo! Really excited you can all join us for this, and we're hoping it'll be a regular event with beautiful, amazing speakers from women in AI, maybe men, mostly women in AI from all around the world. Truly global event, which is amazing that we can represent everyone from around the world. Time zones are tricky, so I really appreciate people being here at all times to be part of this with us. This is an event where we want to showcase, just like we do in the magazine, a variety of thought leaders, experts, innovators, creatives, business owners, and leaders, primarily in the AI space, doing wonderful things. And we want to hear all about what they're doing. So we're going to have a mix of speakers talking, sharing their work and their case studies and what they're up to, and a whole bunch of things. So what we've got today, we'll briefly tell you who we've got lined up, and then we're going to introduce each speaker just before they start.
I live in Melbourne, Australia, and I'm the editorial and artistic director for the She Is AI magazine, co-founder with Amanda. Uh, the magazine She Is AI came about because we were in a group with a lovely bunch of women, Vesica being one of them. Amanda's back again, and we experimented with AI and we're learning together, and a wonderful group of uplifting women. And one of us said one day, "Oh, we should start a magazine. Our art's getting so good. We should put a little magazine together." And Amanda got very excited, and instead of the idea just floating off into the breeze, Amanda made it happen, and has been the vision and the guiding force behind making this a global movement. And we couldn't be more excited. We're absolutely loving the journey, and we're loving meeting everybody and all the experimentation. And of course, from my personal point of view, I'm just loving being part of the artistic journey. And yeah, it's just a joy to wake up every morning and work on this amazing magazine and to work on the vision of this beautiful movement with Amanda. So Amanda, you're back. We better have you speaking in
I'm
case you
I'm
disappear again.
I'm back. I apologies, I don't even know where the Zoom call went, but I'm back. Now, we were introducing Margarita, so without further ado, I think we'll crack on into it. Tech aside, because I even tested all this and you wouldn't believe, and everything works perfectly until the moment I need it to. So we have a lovely Margarita speaking on AI and visual storytelling and graphic design. Very talented AI artist and creative, and so much more. Brand ambassador and magazine contributor as well. Such a pleasure to be featuring her and have her as a brand ambassador. I have a little bio, but she can by all means introduce herself and tell us a little bit about herself before she kicks off. She is an AI-powered designer, visual storytelling, at the merging AI with storytelling, branding, graphic design, and art, and loving that whole creative fusion of AI and creativity, which we just live and breathe. Um, Look, it's AI. We know it's changing the way we create and design and communicate and storytelling and pushing the boundaries of creativity. So this very clever Margarita. I'll let her take it away. If you want to share your screen, Margarita, tell me. You should be able to share screen if you need to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yep. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to you and take it away. And we have time for Q&A at the end of your talk, or she may like to receive questions as she goes. But we'll put your questions in the chat. Put your questions in the chat, and yeah, and we'll let her go for it.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Very happy and excited to be here. It's an honor. My name is Margarida Barreto. I'm partner and creative director at Elétrico 28, based in Portugal. We're a design and communication agency that for almost 3 years now has been fully embracing AI to explore all the potential in creativity work and marketing strategies. I've been working, my career is based on graphic design. I started creating illustrations back in the day, doing everything by hand. So I've been following the path of the evolution of all the tech in design. I do a little bit of everything, from branding to advertising to web design, social media. So I love to explore everything in the fields of design. So 3 years ago, I discovered AI, and my journey started in that day.
As a communication designer, I've used tools like Midjourney, Pimento, and Kling to harness AI for creative content. This integration helps craft personalized visuals that boost engagement. Hope you enjoy the presentation.
I don't know if you are able to listen what I was sharing. I hope so.
Sound is perfect.
Great,
Absolutely
great,
perfect.
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So initially, we started using AI to optimize internal process, but we quickly realized that it could be much more than just internal things and agency concerns and workflows. So we fully integrated AI in a lot of fields in our agency, and it opened for us a lot of business opportunities, and it helped us inside and our clients to create a range, um, wide range of solutions, innovative solutions, faster than ever before. Here with electrical, my agency, and for myself, all of the AI is it makes part of our daily workflow. It plays a crucial role in Gen AI design, in content creation, in digital marketing, and not just for our agency, but also for my personal brand, which I may say grew significantly due to all the things I was and I am sharing and doing with AI powered contents. But to be clear, AI is not replacing my creativity. I know this is something that a lot of people have some concerns and afraid. In my case, I see it only like another tool, like I use Adobe or Figma, but in this case, it's a tool that is used with steroids. It speeds up my work, amplifies our range of action, and allows us to go further and gives us more time to create. However, AI isn't just about marketing. Almost from the early days of using AI, I saw it could be a powerful tool for awareness campaigns, and that's like the thing that I cherish the most. And in the next slides, you can see a few initiatives that I was involved in. This one was in the early days of 2022, with like it seems like a decade ago. This was with the awesome community of the AICC. It was to raise awareness. The theme was imagine a world without nature. And you can see here some of the old ways of creating some animations. This was in the next year. This was a huge campaign. It brought together like 10,000 members, almost 10,000 members of the community. It was very interesting because the the time it took was, I think, was about a month, and everybody got involved and everybody was sharing things and talking about the subjects. And then this one was myself just doing this for endangered species. I used the type font that was developed by a big agency, Bar Ogilvy. They developed this kind of type font, typeface for WWF. So I took it and I created this series about all the animals, all the species that are endangered, and put it some of the things that were more important to share, like the countries where they are, the number of population, and the kind of status of endanger they have. These are other different movies that I try to share always about animals.
Hello, dear human. I am a creation from the hybrid collection that Margarita developed about a year ago.
We've been lurking in the shadows, but we realized it's time to speak for ourselves. In the coming days, my fellow hybrids and I will be out there, voicing our concerns.
We're not hiding anymore. Stay tuned for some hybrid revolution. See you soon.
Welcome, and step into a world where reality surpasses fiction. Here, nature has come alive, and the line between flora and humanity is blurred. Welcome to the domain of the unimaginable.
So what I like to, when I share all of this work, I always like to say where the information comes from, and also uh, the links to the things where people can take action and learn more and help. And in the end, I think this also shows how AI can empower small brands, NGOs, and activists to launch high impact campaigns without requiring massive budgets, and getting attention from a wide range of audience. Changing a little bit, but still talking about marketing and how this all can empower us and make our brands grow. I think, like anything, AI is not a trend. It's transforming how we create, distribute, optimize content, and communicate. Here are some of the key facts that show the rapid adaptation of AI. Content demand is set to increase 5 times over the next 2 years. 9 out of 10 creative teams are actively hiring AI-driven creatives, and 92% of Fortune companies already use OpenAI technology. So what does this mean? It's not a futuristic concept. It's happening now, and those who integrate AI into their workflows will gain a massive advantage in efficiency and creativity. So that's why I don't know from whom this phrase is. Will AI replace us? No, but people who use AI will. But I think this is the most true thing we can see about what is happening. So how am I really using AI in my agency, and what am I doing? I'm sharing here some of the works we have done, and almost all of them were made using AI, almost because my clients requested it so. And all of this happens because I was sharing a lot of things I was doing on social media, and they started to see the things I was sharing, and they got curious, and they asked me to use AI into their works. Here, this was a branding we developed for a client. That's how I was telling, wanted specifically to be made with AI tools because he wanted something totally different. I think this is the other side of the AI aspect, is that clients don't always know what all the things that compose the AI field. So they think it's like something that is magical, and if it's magical, they want. They started with a bunch of sketches, a lot of brainstorm, like any traditional project. And in the end, we finalized and got to with this brand, this girl, this face, a very ethnical, that we also animated with AI to be talking in this event that was for a wellness event. And as you can see, it's possible to use it integrated in a different range of mediums, like billboards, outdoors, advertising, digital or physical. This was another example. of a client who saw some of my AA Gen work online and asked me to refresh some of their products campaigns that they have. And this was a very fun project because the clients actively participated in all the creative process. And he was very happy because he felt like in the end he also had the ability to co-create with me and the AI tools. So you can see here, this was the things I was posting and that he saw that could be something he could use as a reference. And this here, this red billboard was the billboard they have back from 2011. So it was very dated, it was very heavy. And because he saw the girls that I was creating with the flowers, very organic, he wanted to incorporate that in a new girl to be the face of the same project, the same product. So the work we did was tweaking the prompt and the features that he wanted to be present in the girl that he had in his mind. And these are some examples of how we got to this result. Here was the same thing. He saw some of my images that I was creating based on architecture, just for fun, because it's not my style. It's not what I do, but I wanted to give a try. And he saw, and he thought it could be a good option to use some of the images to put on their catalogs and even on advertising. So this is what we got the catalog from 2024. This was made in 23. It was launched in the beginning of that year, and this was the advertising we did last year. And this year, 2025, we are now working on the images that go into the same aesthetic, but like they are evolving. And we are doing the ones for this year. This is another amazing case study for another client. And this one is very interesting because they have their product, well, their work involved products with raw materials like ponders, specific ingredients, and sometimes it's very hard to find matching images in stock libraries. So instead of setting up studio photo shoots that sometimes were like impossible, or sourcing unavailable materials, we used AI to generate their custom visuals that were tailored to their needs. And they ended up with a wide range of photos, images that we later used on a variety of mediums, again, like posts, brochures, in the website, mail shots. And this one is another big project we started doing for Cascais. It's a city near, well, it's the city where I live. It's near Lisbon. And this was particularly exciting project because it allowed us to integrate AI and augmented reality to improve citizens' engagement to access information. For example, imagine residents needing to check healthcare benefits instead of searching through government websites, and there are plenty of it with a lot of sometimes misleading information, and it turns to be very complicated even to older citizens. This way, they can now interact in real time with an AI chatbot, getting immediate answers. But I think the mayor can explain you a little bit better.
Welcome to the future of Cascais. Imagine a world where a service catalog comes alive right before your eyes, all thanks to the magic of augmented reality. The local health and social solidarity service is now at your fingertips with a super smart chatbot, powered by OpenAI, ready to answer all your questions and ensure you know your rights. The SL3S catalog is now a part of every resident's life, social actors, and healthcare professionals. Cascais isn't just embracing the future. It's shaping it.
And now we get to other thing that I'm particularly passionate about, that is diversity and inclusion. And this can be a problem or can be addressed, and very well addressed, in marketing and in design. AI can help create better representation in marketing, ensuring brands communicate with a broader audience. But the power is in your hands. So we have always the challenge about AI bias. If models are trained incorrectly, they reinforce exclusionary marketing. So sometimes the solution is just a prompt away to change that. So if the machine is not giving you that, you have to force it. And it's very simple. Here are some of my, I call them point the finger campaigns, where I try to include or I force myself to include everything that I want to share with others, and that sometimes it's not easy to be automatically represented. So I think for now, AI at least can't replace human intuition. But I think we can overcome that things, creating and integrating these cultural and different nuances of everything that surrounds us. And I think that's our part in everything we do, to pass the correct message and communicate with everybody. And this is a book that I spent the last year, almost all year, writing. It's try to explain everything that I know about the Midjourney tool. That is one of the tools that I use to create a lot of the work you saw here. And this is just for curiosity of one of the tips that I show there how to learn. Just to finish, I think, in my opinion, as professionals, my the thing I say to you is that we must adapt faster than ever. We need to define which tasks to automate and which human skills we should preserve and nurture. Everything around us is evolving very fastly. But I think in the end of the day, the human creativity remains untouchable and maybe more powerful because you gain more time if you know the right tools. You gain more time to create more and better, I think.
That was
I don't know if
stunning,
there
Marguerite. I
is any
think,
question.
yeah, we'll open up the floor to questions. That was absolutely just stunning, and we love all of it, Marguerite. Yeah, clappy hands. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
And we love the it's moving and really poignant messaging, like climate change and refugees, and the topics you're touching on are really pivotal, obviously. Open the floor to questions, or people can put their hand up, or just unmute yourself, I think, and we'll take questions from the floor. Hopefully someone's got some questions for Margarita, or drop them in the chat. We're having some awesome comments in the chat about your work, Margarita. It's just stunning and really important.
Oh,
Um,
thank you.
I dropped a chat to your book on Amazon as well in the chat, just so people can get to that. And if you had any other links, would be great. We'll send them around after in the event if you like. Josette, would you like to ask something?
Yes, Margarita, thank you so much for the presentation. I have my question around some of the campaigns that you've done. What has changed in terms of how you bring about distinctions in AI versus the old formats? Could you just comment on some of the newer ways or strategies of how you're thinking about or creating in terms of use of an AI versus maybe like paper graphics, or what are some of the ways that we need to change how we think about using AI for creation versus
Well, I think what I do, uh, I'm used to work for 20 years in the traditional way. So I think our background in this case is an excellent ally because if you are sure and you know what you're doing, you can see and look at these tools like something that will be complementing it or like an extension, and you can see it to go further with that. I never stop using my traditional tools and do things, doing my sketches and doodles and using Illustrator and Photoshop. But I see these tools a lot of time in the ideation process. I use them to brainstorm, and I see them as an awesome colleague, a partner. That I sometimes get mad with it, sometimes I get angry, sometimes I laugh, and sometimes it surprises me because it lets me um, go a little bit further of things that I maybe in the first plan I wouldn't get there because sometimes I'm very concerned with the objectives of the client, of the briefing itself, and with the hallucinations that we have from the AI tools. Sometimes with that imprevisibility, they surprise us. But I think in the end, it's all about knowing the path that you want to go. and knowing the things that are based of the area, the field that you are working, because that helps a lot. Even constructing the prompts, because if you know how to, the things that are involved in the branding, or in, if you are a photographer, if you know the right lights and cameras and angles, the result will be much better than if you don't know them. So I think it's always about our background. That's why I say AI is always gives this human touch. Without that, it's just a generic approach, I think. If you want to get in details, the better way is if you are creating things in
We've just
your
lost some
area.
sound quality there, Margarita. I'm not sure what's happened, but you just went muffled on us. Just that last couple of sentences, just letting you know. And we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's really muffled now. Not sure what's happened, but we've just lost some sound quality there.
Let me see if I take off
That's better. Yeah,
my phone.
great. Better.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you. Yeah,
because
yeah.
of my, sorry.
Carry on. Sorry, just wanted to let you know we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think it's all about knowing the right terms and know what you're heading, because if you go specific, you'll have better results if you know what you're looking for, instead of getting all those generic things that AI can give you that can be awesome. But if you want to use them in terms of a professional way, in terms of control, you really have to know the basis of what you're doing. So you have to know that you have to know the lettering, the colors, the vectors, all the terms that are compliant, in this case with design. If you input them in your prompts, and if you know to use, that's why I think curiosity and test a bunch of tools and try them and have feedbacks with others are a great way, because not all the tools are awesome for everything, but they are specific to certain things. So if you can try a lot of them, you can see the pros and cons in each one of them and use that in your favor. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, I appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
I think Esther wants to.
Yeah, is that?
Yeah. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. Boa noite, Margarida.
Boa noite, obrigada.
I just wanted to know how the people are reacted on the mayor's avatar. Do you have some kind of feedbacks on this?
It's still in developing. The things that we are fighting, and we still are working on it. A simple thing, because there's a term, uncanny valley. I don't know if most of you know what it is. It's when something it's fictional, artificial. It sounds like real, but it's not real, and you just say, okay, this is strange. So that's the uncanny valley. And we have that with our mayor talking. So because it's him, but it's not him.
Okay.
And that makes a very strange interaction, especially with the elders. But we are still tailoring it, and now we are taking the approach of having just a mascot, something that symbolizes in a good way all the things that we are doing. But in terms of usability, yes, we have been having good responses, and it's really helping, because we have a lot of bureaucratic manuals and everything that comes to the state, it's very confusing. And sometimes, almost every time, very difficult to access. So we are trying to brother that, to put together all the information. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
A question from me. What have been some of your favorite or some of your favorite campaigns, Margarita? Because there's so many good ones in there. Like I just were one particularly resonated most with your creativity or your heart or that you've loved working on?
Yeah, I think the one that I do, the flamingos. I use the flamingos, and I'm telling the sound of the piano, where I talk about the elephants that are disappearing, because that made me cry when I was doing it, because I have to do a lot of research and I love it. And still, when I see it, it makes me feel bad, in the sense that it's very, very sad that this is happening. And if we don't take measures in our lifetime, we won't have more Sumatran elephants, for instance. And I think that's heartbreaking. Yeah, so I think it's my favorite because of that, because it's so real. And sometimes I feel like, okay, I'm showing this. I wish this really could change the world. That we could all take some action and start doing the right things.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful. I want to see if Rachel might have a question for you.
Oh, I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you so much for sharing your beautiful work with us. And it does go to show, you're an intelligent artist. You're with your research, and your art is very touching and moving, and also you educate us on what's important, and it shows you that art is really only what you put in, and your heart shines through your beautiful art and creations, animations, and then the incredible music that with that piano and that you added to create this beautiful experience for all of us. And yeah, everyone mentioned in the comments how touched they were. So I think,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you so much, Margarita.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Did anyone have any other questions or just got a little bit of time? Has anyone in the audience worked on anything or been near any work or campaigns around some of the themes that Margarita's touched on? And has anyone else had experience here with how creativity and sustainability or AI art that crosses over into these themes, and how receptive people have been? Because incredible way to, like you say, make videos. I've seen some of them where there was a video and I thought it was real for a second. I figured out it wasn't. There's a tiger giving birth or something, or like your polar bear one, and it looks so real. And I watched the whole video, and it was something about people saving tigers and they were giving birth, and it was um, something like a supporting the animals video. And then I was like, no, hang on, these people can't be in the wild and helping tigers give birth and look after these animals and stuff. And I was like, nah, it looked really real. And I was like, I know it's AI, but it looked really real. And it is like moving in a way that your brain knows it's like fake, but it really gets me like real. But so I even know it's AI. So there must be people out there that are going to see some of these themes as it carries on and this evolves are going to be really moved and go, I wonder how they filmed that polar bear there. I wonder how that person's dealing with that tiger like in real life and it's totally fake. Or let's see the mayor talking and they're like, wow, that's really cool. That mayor did the video. And it's all fake. But what I'm trying to say is it tricks your brain, but it's so real and so moving. I wonder where that would take sustainability campaigns. And if it even got someone like me who knows that it's fake. I know, I wonder where you think it's going, Margarita, if like the brands you've worked with and they do these campaigns, it will be a new way for sustainability and in like WWF and things like that. to make content that appeals to the audience in a new way. I know where my question is going with that, but yeah, it's the
I think
potential.
I understand. Yeah. Everything I try to do, I don't try to create realistic things too much to avoid producing that kind of oh, is this real or it's not? I like to create things that are more surrealistic and that you see, okay, this is not real. It's on purpose. Because the campaign that you were talking about, the polar bears, I had a friend of mine sharing it with me and saying and asking me, oh, I know that you work on this, so tell me, is this AI? Because I'm thinking if it's if this is true, and I said no, it's AI. I think it's the it can be misleading. I think some it attracts more people on the critical side, criticizing if we because I think people sometimes the audience can feel like they are being tricked. So I think if we work with transparency and we say transparently that is made with AI, but it's just to spread a message, not to mislead something. And I think that's the beginning of the problems and the fight that we as professionals and as AI creators have is try to avoid that kind of misleading messages because the people that are on the other side that don't understand already have a lot of fears about this. So we have to be the more straightforward with them. And I think if any ONG are using this, and I know they are, and it's very helpful for them, but they are not using it to trick anyone. They are just taking a good advantage of these tools, and they are seeing that it can really empowers them. I see a lot of associations that rescue animals, and they are using DALI, for example, to create more cheerful images, to create awareness in the things they are doing, to so people can fund them a little bit more. But if they have cute kitties and dogs, and they are using this to improve their social media to reach more people. So this is a good way, and they are not pretending to be real. It's like illustrations that in any other way they could have them done, and with these tools they are empowering themselves with it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that they distinguishing that it's real or not trying to pretend it's real, but helping it enhance their work and their campaigns that, like you said, that people know the difference and not being tricked, but in a way that we know it's fake, but it's trying to share a message, which I think is really important. That's beautiful. I hope we can keep building on that. I think Glenn's got his hand up. Glenn, you want to jump in there?
Hello. Hey, Margarita.
Hello, Glenn.
Big fan. I think you know that already. I follow your work religiously, and my heart is with the work that you do as well. I try to do just to show examples of creativity using animals, animal welfare as a way to make a statement. And a couple of times I've been lucky. I've actually donated it to 2 different causes around the world. And what I think is wonderful about being able to do that, if it's possible, is that they could never afford campaigns of that level, and AI allows that artwork to be created that would have cost, frankly, a fortune to do, let's say in 3D, or CGI or any other format. So they're delighted to have it, and that makes me feel good that I'm not just making art for art's sake, when I'm sharing it on LinkedIn, but it's actually going towards a good cause. And again, like I said earlier, my heart's in the same place with you when it comes to animals and animal welfare. So I applaud the effort that you're doing, all the work that you're doing. I think is beautiful. That specifically, I really love. And you said this before in LinkedIn. I think the community that it's constantly growing in AI is going to become, it's already a voice, but I think it's only going to get louder, and larger as the group grows. And I think there's a lot we can do as a group of creatives, especially for
Exactly.
these kind of causes, and more. So I hope that continues to happen. I hope you continue doing the work you're doing. So good on you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gwen.
It's awesome, Glenn. Yeah. We had just questions in the chat. I don't know if anyone's got an answer. Do we think there should be a disclaimer or a piece of information similar to the credits that informs the public if an image is created artificially, like AI or otherwise? I don't know if you want to answer that, Margarita, but I know in some software it now asks me to distinguish is this AI generated when I upload a piece of content on several platforms. So there is obviously going to be tags and ways to mark content as AI generated. I don't know if you had anything to add to that, or we think that we need to
Yeah.
disclaimer ads, AI generated ad or something.
I do. I always. I think Instagram, for example, it creates a tag, or it asks you when you post if you want to say it's AI generated. But I think it automatically indicates that it is. What I do, I always put something on my post, like a watermark, where I specific say it was made with AI or co-made with AI. And I put all the hashtags that say it's AI, AI concept, AI video. But I think, yes, because I've seen from posting for almost 3 years about a AI thing and AI images, even though the ones that you look and you see that is AI, it's not real. I still have people sometimes saying, "Oh, is this real? This is strange. This is," and so I prefer to. I say everything. So if it's AI, it's AI. I know the is that exactly Elena Banner is saying Adobe Firefly. I think a lot of the platforms already indicates you that is made with AI, but I think it's never too much to say on our side. It was always also made with AI, at least for now.
Yeah, it's very good. I don't have any more questions from me unless anyone has. Before we've got a few minutes before our next speaker, Catherine Orban. So I think we could hear from Rachel if you like, as an editor, teasing issue 2 that's coming out later today. If anyone has any questions for her or wants to see a little bit of the magazine as like first look before we get into our next speaker. Otherwise, you're welcome to, I don't know if anyone needs a coffee or a wine. Or a little bathroom break, but we do have just a little bit of time before our next speaker. We can have a poll in the chat. Yeah, Esther had her hand up. Yes. Did you want to chat again? Sorry, Esther, or
Yeah, doesn't matter. No, I just wanted to say, I think in Europe you have to declare it from 2026 onwards that it's generated with AI.
oh, yeah. Okay.
So only to inform.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm sure in terms of if anyone here does anything around governance or, control, there's going to be more, what do you call it, controls around discerning if it's AI generated or if it's real or if it's an ad or advertising guidelines, or I'm sure there's going to be ways to tag that for people. Like you said, social media is already starting. It'd be interesting if you had an ad in a newspaper. They had to then declare it's a AI generated ad with some artwork or something in advertising rules. It'd be interesting how that evolves. Rachel, if you want to, we can do a little preview of the magazine. If people want to stick around, we'll do a little roll and just hear from our editor for a minute before we let our next speaker, Catherine, come on. But firstly, thank you so much, Margarita, brilliant questions, brilliant artwork. We're just, yeah, impressed the pants off all of us in the room, and we love that you could come and share that all with us. Thank you.
With the magazine, Amanda, the next break would be excellent. I'm just finishing a few little techie things. I'm wondering if you'd like to speak about our community.
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to share some links in the chat. We just want to let everyone know that after this summit, we are opening our community in line with the magazine drop, and we'll share some links so that the idea is that everyone can join a community full of passionate people like you who teach AI, want to learn AI, would like to network and collaborate. We've got mini courses, we'll have networking. Work opportunities, networking, where we'll have masterclasses. We're going to have people like this, experts running regular webinars and courses and education sessions in the community. So we want it to be a space for experts to share their expertise and for people to come and learn and network. So it's like a living, breathing 24/7 magazine in a community that's so in between issues, everyone can talk and connect and be part of this beautiful AI community. Yeah, so that's opening up school. We'll put the link in the chat there now. And it's in school, which is a really cool community. It's a very simple user interface with mini courses, and it's very easy to navigate, which is why I like it. Someone said to me, look, just teach me something in my lunch break, help me run my business easier. I want simple, I want it easy, I want digestible, and I just want to network with people, help me figure out this AI thing, and they'll carry on with my day because I've got a business to run. That was basically the brief that I've had back from the market. So that's what we're building for you all, and really excited to have that available. So love people to go and check that out. Thank you to our ambassadors who are already joining, and we love that the support we've now got. I think literally like 30 brand ambassadors, which we are super excited about and honored about. Al is here as our male ambassador, bringing up the male allies quotient of our community. We love that. We've got Mike here today, and we've got other male allies here on the call and joining us, which is super amazing. Like, yes, the magazine's all about highlighting the working woman, but we're absolutely a global community for everyone. And we love that men are saying, oh, I love what you're doing and I want to support women in AI too. And this is super cool. So it is inclusive for everyone. No, you don't just have to be a woman to come to the party. Everyone is welcome, and that is wonderful. So hope people can join us in there. We're also with issue 2, any of your creatives out there, we're running another AI art challenge about the next magazine. We'll drop that soon because we're going to reveal, issue 3 is about a sustainability and a future focused magazine, much like what Marguerite is sharing now, which we hope to feature some in the next issue. But it will be an exciting look at sustainability and the environment in the future, and how AI is changing things for the better in terms of equality and ethics and the environment, and making more sustainable practices in business. So the next issue that's dropping today is we've called it the innovation issue, which is incredible. So we're more deep dive around creativity, and we've got cybersecurity and so many things, stories about brand and business. We've got AI art and creativity, and just thought leaders in the business and all aspects of AI. Yeah, just checking the notes in here. Okay, next chat. We've got Wahib. Oh yeah, great big long message from Wahib. I'm just trying to read that. All right. Anyone else want to jump on share? That's a little blurb from me, but hopefully everyone can join us in our community. We would super love that. And we're also, yes, the call for brand ambassadors is open. We've had like I said, like 30 beautiful, wonderful, supportive members already come be a brand ambassador. That is open if you'd like to apply, and if you read the magazine and you resonate with what we're doing, and you'd love to support this movement of highlighting the work of women in AI and you want to be part of the AI talent community globally, you can apply to do that. We are opening advertising in the magazine as well. So if anyone has a business that would like to get in front of businesses in the AI audience globally, we do have advertising and we have lots more opportunities. That we have links and information that we can drop in the chat. Yeah, where do we go to apply to the community, Helena? There's a landing page on our website. Yeah, there's the school link there. You can go straight there. And we do have a landing page on our website that you can visit as well. What else can I add? Rachel?
While we're filling in the space, might get in contact with Catherine and see.
Yeah, I've just sent her an email, just see how she's going. Yeah, thanks, Helena. Let us know if you get in okay. See, it's all tested and should be completely available for everyone. The cool thing about school is they call it Facebook on steroids, and it's a gamified community. So what that means is like the forum is just like you got a feed and you're chatting on Facebook. It's super simple, and it's also fun because you've got lots of perks and you get a leaderboard. So the more that you engage in the community, we've got some epic perks for people that engage in the community. Great big things like we've got free ebooks, we've got resources, we've got have a free session, branding session. With us and myself and Rachel, we've got expert advice sessions we're going to give away for free. We've got, give you a new art branding pack for free. We've got heaps of perks in there that unlock it at each level as you engage, and we hope to offer more things in the future, which is super exciting. As well. Thanks, Len. Just making sure we're up to date with the messages. So I was just making sure if I can see that Catherine's jumped on. Yeah, we hope you like it, guys. It's totally building a work in progress, but super fun. And we'd love to look, everyone just jump in there and introduce themselves. We have advice. We've got courses and updates around tech and tools and AI, latest and greatest things to discuss and learn and hopefully drop in courses and books and links to learn. We'll have AI art challenges and discussions and themes and competitions and talent. We've got opportunities for if people are looking for AI talent. We'll drop that in the talent board, and likewise, if businesses want to get in touch with other people, they can do that through our community. And mainly networking. Had a lot of people that said, look, I'd just love to network with people in this community globally, and hang out in a space that's just easy to connect with people and stay in touch. Yeah, what was I going to say? Great, Maria. Thank you. Yeah, it's wonderful. Just see where we've got. There's Catherine. Here she is, and she's got a wonderful banner behind you. So we made a awesome pack of artwork banners for our ambassadors to share. And here's Maribeth. Wonderful. So we're going to hand over to Catherine, do the quickest little intro because I just don't want to go on and on and on. But so Catherine Aubin is our wonderful, she's from France. She's bringing up our French market ambassador, which is super exciting. She's a brand ambassador and she's a influencer in the France in the French speaking markets, I believe. Top is it 100 creatives on LinkedIn, if I'm getting that right. Thought leader in AI, generative AI, and using it for business and branding and storytelling, productivity. She does a lot in this space. She's got a lot of helpful resources and videos, and on her LinkedIn, she does lots of great content. So yes, super excited to hear from Catherine how AI is generative AI and how it's changing the way we communicate and all of these things that she's got to share. So before I put any words in her mouth, I'd love she can just jump on, introduce herself and take it away. Catherine, you can share screens or chat, and then again, keep the chat alive and we'll have questions at the end. Thank you, Catherine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. And you see my screen?
We can see your screen and I can hear you okay. So I think we should be pretty good to go.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm thrilled to participate to this mastermind with you, all of you. And so you have my French accent, so I hope you'll get every word that I'm going to say. And so yeah, I'm going to talk about communication, but at first, just have a glance to who I am. So I'm an AI artist and trainer, as said Amanda, and it's 30 years that I'm shaping communications. I use AI to amplify my voice and reach my audience. So I try to build audiences for other people using AI. So I have the chance to be one of the ambassador of Cheers AI. I'm also a member of a Prom Club, which is dedicated only to videos, AI videos. It's a French club. And on Favicon, if you know it, I'm the third in France in digital AI as AI artist. And as Amanda said, I'm in the top 100 in LinkedIn AI creatives. So let's go forward. So for me, shaping the future is one innovation at a time. The future is not just about technology, it's about the voices that shape it. And those voices must include, even I've seen men in the group, include women. So today we have to take our space. And so the AI revolution needs us because women bring unique perspective to AI. And also communication. And AI is not just a tool for me, it's a power shift. Really from, so you imagine 30 years in communication and then AI arrived. It's like a miracle because I've been working so hard before and now it goes so fast just to make one image. So it's really a game changer for me. So you have to use it. And if we are not, also I would like to say that if we are not at the table, who is going to tell the story? So AI is not the future, it's now. We are in an era of information overload. And to stand out, we must communicate smarter, faster, but also with a lot of authenticity. That is the most important. It's not because there is AI that we don't have to be authentic. And AI is also, of course, here to help us. So the three challenges that I see that we face is information overload, it's short attention spans, and also consistency, authenticity. So AI is as a smart assistant and not a replacement. That's very important to understand that. AI amplifies our message. It doesn't replace your voice. AI is helping you to structure and create and distribute content. And AI enables, of course, engagement at scale while keeping it personal. It's not because you are using AI that you don't exist anymore. I think it's a real tool, whatever. It can be ChatGPT, it can be Midjourney, and so on. It's only a tool, and it's you that is using it to talk better on the different social networks. So why AI is a game changer? So we need to have and it helps to have faster content creation. It helps also to personalize engagement, whichever the platform, the social network platform is. And it gives smart insight and trends also. And it's overcoming creating blocks. So the most important for me is find your voice with AI. At the very beginning, I was wondering, well, that's strange. I'm going to have a look at it. And then little by little, it didn't talk instead of me. I amplify, I help to talk much better with the AI. And it helps to refine our messaging for clarity and impact also. And it avoid generic content using AI to stand out. You can do whatever you want with AI. It really helps you to do a lot of things. So from ideas to high quality content in minutes. So for example, if you ask on ChatGPT, I want to write a LinkedIn post on AI for branding, you will have information that you have to shape little by little, having your own voice, doing your own things. And there you can put have 3 different styles also, casual, professional, or thought leader. So you can really, I don't know if you say it in English, but modulate. I don't know. Do you take it and build it like on your way? So let's create, I don't know if you use it, you are quite a lot. I'm not going to ask everyone, but I think there's a lot maybe that are using it. So let's create a post in second. I'm going to ask, give me 5 tweet ideas about AI woman empowerment. So of course it's in French, but here it answers, of course, in English because I've been writing to him in English. So here it gives me 5 different ways about the idea of AI and women empowerment. So we have different things. AI is not just about technology, it's about breaking barriers and so on. AI model is only as diverse as the mind that created and so on. So whatever you want, he answers, and after you have to shape it the way you want it. So if let me see. That's it. Okay.
Just want to make sure, can everyone see Catherine's screen? Yeah, just confirming everyone can see it.
You
Yep.
see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Oh, do I have to make it bigger?
No, it's perfect. No, I just had someone that just wasn't sure they could see it, so I just wanted to make sure. Tech check. Yes, everyone's okay. That's fine. Carry on, Catherine. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So for example, we are going to ask to rewrite this message in a more engaging way. We are going to ask for the 5th one. So it's quite nice. He said, sure. So so he's answering, and you see from this at the beginning, so is building something bigger and more effective about what you want, more specific. So really, it shows that you can do a lot of things with ChatGPT. You can build there are GPTs on ChatGPTs where you can schedule posts that you can build. You can write things. You can gather information and make it read, and then summary it up, and so on. So it's really really interesting to use, and also it helps to build also images if you want to. So you have to engage your audience with AI. You have to plan and schedule what I just said before, schedule your content effortlessly. So you have to adapt messages for different platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. When I write up, I'm on the floor, and each time I ask to write something, but with each time saying it's for LinkedIn, it's for Instagram, and so on, because it's not the same length, it's not the same impact. On LinkedIn, for example, it's better to have a longer text than on Instagram or Twitter. TikTok, it's even shorter. So really, as long as you say for which platform you want to write, it modulates what you are going to write. And also you can tell the number of characters that you can use. So it can boost engagement with smart reply suggestion. This means that you can do things, and what I do, I've created a GPT on ChatGPT that is summarizing up posts of LinkedIn of the person are around me on LinkedIn, my contacts, and just to have the full information and suggest me on answers that I can write. So from that, I can write, it goes faster for sure, because we don't have a lot of time, and so it helps us to gain time. And so it's I summary it up, and then I put it on LinkedIn with my own words, and but it goes really faster, and as we have to be to write a lot of engage on messages and comments, so it's really a good one. So it helps to automate. So it helps. That's what I was saying. So it has to automate interaction without losing your own authenticity. After the writing, which is important for me, and it's my whole job, it's about the images. So if you have no design skills, it's no problem, because AI generate professional visuals in seconds. You can, as I said before, write it down on ChatGPT what you want and ask for a prompt dedicated to what you want as an image, so it can really go faster without knowing exactly what to write on, for example, on Midjourney. You don't need Photoshop. You can need it after if you want, but it's not necessary. It's just a good idea and a prompt. With that, you can build a good image, and you create unique and customized content that reflect your brand. So you have really all the information to create something unique. So let's create something together. So I don't know if you are on Midjourney. So this is Midjourney where you create. Here is the top where you create. Here it's to explore wherever people have created things on Midjourney. And there you can create. So we are going to create a confident woman, hyper realistic cinematic lighting, just easy like this. And then it goes. Does a lot use Midjourney? No? Yes? Yes? No? I don't see you a lot, so I don't know where I can see you. So here you have each time you have 4 images at a time. And so it's quite easy really to shape an image that fits what you want and what you want to talk about. Yeah, I see you. And after, of course, there are plenty of things that you can do on Midjourney. You can do it with your own style. If I use the same one and use my styles, it's gonna be completely different. And you can do photos, you can do drawings, you can do really paintings, you can do whatever you want. So you see that's from my global profile, and here it's the normal one. So you can really shape it the way you want it, the way you are used to for your company. And I'm not going too fast. It's okay.
It's great, Catherine.
Yeah, okay. We can talk after because I think I went a little too fast, but we'll see. So AI for personal branding. So it's using AI create a unique profile, pictures and personal branding visuals. So you can really shape your identity, your company identity, or your own personal branding identity, whichever. You can work with the colors. You can work with, as you've seen, the personal or artistic way. You can really do plenty of things for your branding. And it stands out with high quality and creative content. You have it's quite good quality, and also you can optimize also the image after. And so it showcases your image, mood, and mission visually. So whatever you want to say, or you want to on the social network, or even on your website, or even for ads and so on, you can use AI either by writing it or by image. So it's important to make your own content shine, to convert ideas into powerful visuals instantly, and adapt one image into multiple formats. That's what I said before. So for Instagram, it's it's a square and so on. So LinkedIn, TikTok, whatever you can do it on as an image and also as a text. So And it also help to make your audience stop scrolling. That is the most important, because now people are really scrolling a lot, and they go fast reading, fast looking, and so you have to put the right image at the right moment, that people can stop and start to read and hear your message. So you can define your aesthetic and also stay consistent. So if you have your own colors, you can use it on Midjourney, and you use AI to generate a unique visual style, and also create a cohesive brand. The aesthetic will be always the same as long as you tell it at the very beginning. And you can match your tone identity with AI-powered design. So after text, after image, there is the motion, the videos. So from static to videos, so you can, with AI, of course, generate videos and animation. So you can do plenty of things. You can do videos with your own product now. You can do really plenty of things. You can use also 11 Labs, which is a voice-over runway for AI-powered video, or Kling AI. There are plenty of them that you can use. Yeah, there is Luma and so on. And you can combine AI visual and AI generated voices for maximum impact, and also music. I use a lot of music with there's Suno or Udio that you can use. That was Saint Valentine's Day yesterday, so that's the one I shared yesterday. So really, you can share whatever you want, and to spread your message. So AI is a tool that is very important. It's not doing the things at your place. You still have to write things and so on. You are the creator. That's the most important. Your voice, your idea, and your vision. AI is here to amplify them. You don't need permission to take your space, and you have to start to create and to lead. So the future is yours. So, do you have questions? Big silence.
Anyone got their hand up? Any questions for Catherine? Thanks. I just loved your presentation, and all your images are beautiful, Catherine. Yeah, that's so cool. Thank you for showing us all that. We've got a few people here that use different AI software, but we've got some in the audience who are probably new to AI art and AI. So it's really beautiful to have an overview of how to get started and what's possible. I think, me personally, we forget, like, because we're so deep in this space, that a lot of people I speak to don't know what ChatGPT is, don't know what Midjourney is, don't know how to start making art. It seems like really overwhelming. And that was really great because it gave it just a simple way to just start making art, and how to approach um, generative AI art, I think. So that's probably appreciated. Um, do you mainly use Midjourney, Catherine, or you use other art tools to edit or generate or make your videos and so on?
The most I use most of the time Midjourney. The other time I use Clab, if some knows about it. So Clab is really a great one, and you can also create your own avatar either a cartoon or yourself. You multiply yourself with with your own photo, so you don't have to be always well dressed and so on. You can put photos of you in different style. So I use it. So my this afternoon photo was an AI photo. So yep, and for videos, most of the time I use Kling AI because it's really good, and it follows what you write in your prompt, and it follows quite nicely the image. I've tried Luma because I used to work with it before, but it was not really fine. But with Ray 2, it seems to be a little better, so I have to check it. I use a lot 11 Labs when I do videos, and what of course ChatGPT is my my second arm or third arm, I don't know. So yeah, it's mostly what I'm using, but really most of the time I'm on Midjourney. I started a year ago on Midjourney, and yeah, and a little bit more than a year and a half before on ChatGPT.
Also, Margarita, you got your hand up. You can jump in.
Hi, Catherine. Great work. Fantastic. I had I had a question. When you say you create these things that are automatic in ChatGPT to help respond on LinkedIn or any other social media, do you use it like copy and paste, or do you have something that creates that automation between the platforms? Okay.
I don't do automation. I always check, and I always add my own way to write because I'm an empathic woman. So I always like to read, and it doesn't write the way I like it, even if I tell him to write with empathy, and it's not always like this. So I modulate. I don't know. I change it a little to make it better. No, I don't automatize. No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, a little bit off topic. I'm wondering how France is welcoming AI. What is it? Is it at the forefront at the moment, or is there a bit of a push, or are you finding there is a lot of interest in what you're doing? I'd just love to know what's happening on your side of the world.
Complicated in France. So there are those who go fast or even go too fast, and there are most of the people go too slow. So people are afraid of AI, so they don't use it because they think that it will take their jobs, and that it's not real. It's and so on. So companies, it's really difficult to talk to companies and to people to say that AI is important. We had the AI summit at the beginning of the week and last week, and it helped to have people a little more open. But there were also haters. For example, on my profile, there were quite a few haters that came to write things not nice because we were using AI. But I think it's the same everywhere. It's not only in France. But I hope that if the people don't start to use it, they will be so late, so compared to the others, and they will lose a lot of time. So it's really, I hope that they are going to move a little faster.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Josette, you got your hand up? You can jump in.
Catherine, I saw in your images your empathic side, and I would love to hear more of your story around how you got started with AI.
Oh, my story and starting with AI, I had before I had another business, which was a restaurant, which was completely different. It was a family project, and it had to stop, unfortunately. And then I wanted to start with empathy and help people also a lot because I really feel a lot about the people. And so, I was too upset at that time. So I concentrated myself on ChatGPT because I heard a lot about it. It was, and then from ChatGPT, I of course went to DALI for the images. And then somebody said to me, well, with the images you are creating on DALI, you should use Midjourney. And I didn't stop using Midjourney after. So it's because I've always created before. So I'm a painter, I'm a tattoo, I don't know how you say it. Tattoo maker? No?
Tattoo artist.
Tattoo
Tattoo
artist,
artist.
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
But not with a needle. It's with Jaguar. It's an ink from Brazil, and you have to draw, but just holding your hand on the top of the hand and just doing like that. So I was doing that. And so paint, I did photos and so on because I've always been in artistic field, I would say. And from when I was a kid, it's 50 years ago, and so it and AI give me so many things. I didn't stop the others. It's just a plus, something else, something where I see things where I always contemplate the images that I see, and I'm working on it like this.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I love that. I love your story.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's a good question, Josette. I wonder how many of us are actually artists in another life pre-AI, dare I say, like myself, Rachel, now Catherine. I think there's a few of us actually, I used to paint and like studied art and like how we bring that into our AI art. Do you want to touch on that, Catherine, how you think it inspires you in your art and how you bring that artistic side to it? I think that's beautiful, and maybe there's so many of us that are actually artists in another life and are born again with AI.
Yeah, that's true. It's in my mind. Sometimes I say to myself, I was waiting for that for so long, and it may be because of my age. I don't know, but I've been doing a lot of black and white photo. Today I'm doing black and white photo with AI, and it's inspired me. It's not just doing an image and yes, okay, it's in and 30 seconds, everything is okay. But no, for me, it takes a lot of time because I read I don't know if I can say that, but I read the image entirely. If I feel something, I have to feel something about the image that I'm doing. And if I feel something, I think I can share it to the others, because if I feel, other people might feel something too. So that's why it's important. And being an artist helps, because you have an eye for it. You know, it's you look at it and you work on it.
And you love your music, creating AI music as well, don't you, Catherine? I think that's how we met on LinkedIn.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, I've been doing a funny music because I like country music, so I've been doing a video with country music, which has a little success, and I don't know if I share it, if you will hear it, but anyway, you can find it on my LinkedIn profile, and yeah, I love music, and each time I put because I'm a gospel singer too, so that's why I love music, and yeah, so I mix it all up, and I try to do something good.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, when you shared that with me, it was really, really great. I haven't
Thank
had
you.
as much success with my music I think because I was a musician earlier, and I haven't mastered the AI music yet. I can usually get the feeling of what I want, but it's still not there. I think I need to play a lot more in with the audio or yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah, it's step by step. That's what I started with Udio. It's really, you have to test it, and if you feel it, it's always the same. It's feeling, question of feeling, whatever is the image, whatever is the sound, whatever. Also, I talk about 11 Labs voice you want to hear, and so it's really how you shape all your things with AI.
and how you tell the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are
So
some of the, oh, sorry, Rachel. I thought what are,
no, no.
in the French market, I was just curious, what are you finding that most of the questions are about, or when you're talking to people in France, are they particularly interested in something like New Zealand? It's mostly about, look, small businesses going, oh, look, do I need AI and how I use it for my business. Other countries are really like creative applications of AI. What are you kind of finding that people are most interested in or respond to, or that, yeah, I wonder what they does it make sense?
For those who are coming to me, it's having that AI artist as a mentor. That's what I'm doing most, is being a mentor, in fact. So and the other is to go faster. So gain time when you do something, but it's most of the time is how do you use ChatGPT. So but for my job, which is more about creativity, about images, it's the artistic way to use it. For example, I have a very big company here in France that I'm going to work with, and they want to be trained to look at an image and feel the image and so on. So that's what they want, and they want to understand how the machine, the AI, can understand what they say and what they write, and so it's most of the time it's what they are asking for. The others is to go faster in their job.
Yeah, a lot of the time, like I read one study that said companies are finding 66% productivity increase by implementing AI in the workplace. And it's probably a mix of, automation workflows and things like ChatGPT just to save time writing and creating content. But it's amazing. Um, I always start when I'm talking to businesses, like the use case of the benefits outweigh like putting your head in the sand and like a lot of people are afraid, but part of what we're trying to do and you're trying to do is the education and awareness piece. And once people know and they realize it's not so scary, it's um, accessible and easy to get started and that it's so helpful. Yes, ethics and security and all that aside and how to navigate it, I think that it's incredible applications for everyone, for businesses worldwide. And I love that we're all kind of on a education campaign because it's so new for a lot of people. And yeah, a surprising amount of people. I joke there's like 6 people in New Zealand that do AI, and the rest of the country doesn't know anything about it. But yeah, it's a really mixed bag, isn't it, of the people that are completely swimming in it already, and those that want to learn and navigate it. So I love that we're all on a mission to educate and empower and support people and raise that. So that's really cool you're doing it, Catherine. Any other questions from anyone? It's nearly 10 o'clock. We are going to take a little break, and it's literally 20 minutes from now in your respective time zones, and we'll come back for Maribeth. Unless anyone had any other questions, we can probably have a coffee break and a cup of tea and a breather and come back. How does that sound?
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, wonderful. Thumbs up. We will stay here, guys. We'll stay here. We're not going anywhere. We'll just feel free to just go in and come back in, yep, 20 minutes from now. That's great. And yep, the room's staying open. Just hang out. I've dropped some links in the chat. We've got a resources and tools list going in the chat. Add to that with your favorite tools. Drop any questions in the chat and we'll see you we'll see you shortly, guys, in 20 minutes from now.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
Question.
You are most welcome to ask a question.
I'm sorry, I can't find the background email that you sent me.
Oh, I can pop it. I'll
Yes, thank you. Or if you want to email it to me, whatever is easier.
Maribeth, can you see it in the chat there?
Let me unmute myself. Hold on. Let me see. Chat. Yes, I do. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was going crazy looking for it. Oh, yeah, beautiful. Cool. Thank you so
No
much.
problem.
I appreciate it.
We're looking forward to this.
Oh, I'm a little nervous, but all good. Yeah. So I lost. So I worked on this for 5 days and I lost everything.
I know how long
Yeah,
you've been working on that.
I had to redo the.
Oh, that's awful.
So it's a little bit different than what I originally did because I couldn't remember. I had a complete brain freeze but all good. All good.
It
How
will
am I
be
supposed-
fabulous.
Yeah, it will be good. How you doing? You good?
Yes, very well.
Oh, good. I just want to save one page. Okay. Is this on everybody? No, I'm just sharing this on my own, right? All right, let me just share page 6. Okay, cool. Thank you. Let me do this now and see if I could do this. Thank you so much. I will see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, see you in a few. All right, bye. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully everybody is here. It's 10:15. We're on time, and welcome back, everyone. Hope you're here. Hope you got your dinner, your lunch, your coffees. Excited for Maribeth. Gorgeous background. I like it. Welcome back. Hope everyone has got their food, their fuel. I've got my coffee. Hope no one minds if I drink it. Really excited to introduce Maribeth up next. We're going to kick it off, so I hope everyone's here. Maribeth is wonderful AI creative, talented, and one of our brand ambassadors and sponsors. Big shout out, Maribeth. She's wonderfully supportive and just bringing the effort to the She Is Our community. She's a what do we call you? Even working at the cutting edge of human creativity and AI art and how it's changing our lives and design. And I'd just like to hear from you how you even articulate what it is you do and yeah, bring your wonderful session about AI creativity and all of that. So I'll hand it over to you, Maribeth. Take it away. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. You're so sweet. You're so kind. I'll share my screen because my story is in my screen. So I had a lot of, I worked on this I was telling Rachel before, oh, hold on, let me just hit present. I was working on this for about 4 days and I lost it all, which was crazy because that's never happened to me in Canva before. Yeah, so craziness. But anyway, I am super happy to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My story is crazy with AI and how I got here. And it all happened with a corporate layoff. And it's interesting that Catherine had mentioned, how people in her country weren't really embracing it, that they were scared they were going to lose jobs. And you really have to embrace AI, or, everyone hears if you don't embrace it, they are going to replace the people that do know AI, right? So I'll get into that. But the topic of that I'm going to be discussing here is the intersection of human and AI and how it is enhancing creative industries and redefining artistic expression. So these are the topics that excuse me, that I'm going to be going over. And first, I'm going to go over my personal journey and I will introduce myself. I'm Mary Beth. Surprisingly, I am kind of humble. It's kind of weird how my story unfolded with AI. Surprisingly, but with a lot of hard work and determination. It's so weird to say it, but I am going to say it. I am an award-winning AI artist, creator, speaker, which just happened recently. Last Saturday was my first time speaking at a university. I am in Florida currently. I spoke at University of South Florida in Tampa. I am an author, owner of Dream Canvas Creations. I am very passionate about redefining creativity through AI. I have been recognized as March 2024 Creator of the Month in AICC, then Q2, Q3, and Q4 of 2024. And like Catherine and among many others, top 100 AI creators on LinkedIn in the fashion category. My work was selected and displayed at the Oculus in the World Trade Center in New York City. And in the fashion category, honorable mention at the Charis Awards in the International Art Museum of America in San Francisco, blah, blah, blah. Won a few open calls, which was really cool. Clearly, I was in the first issue of She Is AI magazine and the second, and Wow World magazine. I did write 2 books, which I'll go through those. Super excited about being here. I am very proud to be a contributor and ambassador and a sponsor for She Is AI, which in the second issue, I do refer to as supporting, honoring, and empowering. These are just some of my creations that were shown.
Maribeth, just sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I don't think we can see your screen.
Oh, shit, are you kidding me? Sorry for cursing. Hold on. Wait, really? Why didn't you say something? Hold on.
Oh, I thought that was just the intro, and then I was like, okay, you're probably
Yes, so did
go to
I.
share screen now. Yeah. Sorry, there
Oh
it's coming
God,
now.
that's so embarrassing. Okay.
Did you want to show
Can you
us the
see?
slides from before?
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah, we'd love to see them.
Okay. Okay, so here we go again. So this was the first slide, which is the topic I'm going to be covering. I went through, this is what I'm going to be covering, my table of contents. So embarrassing, my about me with my picture that most of you have seen many of times on my LinkedIn profile. What I am proud of being here, contributor, ambassador, and a sponsor.
And we're very proud to have you as
That's wonderful.
our first sponsor and
Oh,
brand
thank you.
ambassador, Maribeth. You're very beloved here.
Oh, thank you. And I'm really happy to help. As you always, I just want to help, because it means a lot to me, you know, and I think it's really going to take off and really be successful. And I'm happy to help as much as I can. And these were just some of and everything here. I just have to share some of this. And I know Rachel, we had a long conversation about these last week. A lot of these open calls were just like, they were like last minute, kind of like, oh my God, like there's 20 minutes to submit them. I'm just going to create it and submit it. And then it was like, oh my God, like I won, you know, it just like happened, you know? It's not like I really, what am I going to do? I really want to win, you know, it just happened. And
Are you
it's
going
humbling.
to speak about your cotton?
Oh,
image?
yes, I will.
Because
So
that's
this
really a magnificent story, that one.
So the one at the top was the Charis Award, the honorable mention. And I had done, when I first started creating, I had done a series of images of, you know, women just in cotton t-shirts and jeans. And they really came out great. And I had went on like a big brand's website and I'm like, their social stinks and they really need some help and it would be great. So I put together like this whole package. I sent it certified mail. I went to Staples and I did this whole presentation and I sent it like to the marketing team and the president and it came out great. And I followed up and crickets, you know, I heard nothing. And then with the Charis Awards, I'm like, you know what? Screw them. I'm sending it, I'm submitting it. And I did. And I got an email from Charis saying it was honorable mention. So it's just weird how it like worked out. And so, you know, that was the story behind that. So the big brand like lost out and my art was hanging in the museum in San Francisco. So it was really cool how that worked out. And this image here at the bottom is something really out of the ordinary for me. It was Root to Fruit, and it was a festival in Philadelphia, and it was a health and wellness festival. And clearly, most of you know, I was a yoga instructor and owned a yoga studio. So that it's an out of the ordinary image for me, but it was close to my heart because of yoga and health and wellness and things like that. So personal AI journey from a layoff to creative reinvention. Again, I was really forced into AI. It was a journey that I wasn't expecting at all. And it didn't start as a choice. It really was a necessity. So I had spent 8 years as a yoga studio owner, creating a space that really, it was a business clearly, but it was a community. I created this amazing home, a second home for people. It was called Sukha and it was the non-intimidating yoga studio. And that's something, it wasn't just a tagline. It was very, very close to my heart because I didn't try yoga for so many years because I felt like it was intimidating. You know, I couldn't touch my toes and so many people don't try yoga because of that, right? Or because, you know, I'm not skinny enough or I don't have tattoos or I don't smoke weed or whatever, you know, it is behind it. I don't know Sanskrit or I can't speak Sanskrit, but I made this community where it was welcoming and it was for everybody. And it just took off and it was great. And then COVID hit and I had to shut my doors. I just couldn't do it. You know, I had two kids that were going to be in college at the same time, and I was forced to go back into corporate America, thinking it was safer and the more stable path. And then 2 years later, 2.5 years later, I was laid off with 14 others. And the rumor was that we were being replaced by AI. And I was kind of like, AI, like, what the hell is AI? Like, I had no idea. And I wasn't going to mention this, but I am going to mention it. So it just so happened that the other people that were in that group, we were all women, and we were all over the age of 45 years old. So it's interesting. I was devastated. And then rather than letting that be the end of my story, I decided to figure out what this whole AI thing was. And instead of it replacing me, I dove into it. And I was hooked, clearly. And I embraced it, jumped in on LinkedIn. I don't know why or how. And Lori Mazur's name popped up. It was actually the first name that popped up. And I was like, what is this? Like, what's going on? And then one thing led, to this amazing group of people. And I remember, actually, I had one of the images. I'm at my mom's in Florida right now, and I printed some images, but Margarita was like the next name that popped up on Instagram, and she had a challenge, and it was one of paper, using paper. And I remember I did it and I tagged her, and I was kind of ignored. And she was probably who is this person? And then one thing led to the next. And there I was doing these challenges with AICC, and everything just snowballed. It was really cool. But anyway, that's my story. So AI is not replacing creativity, it's expanding it. And I wasn't sure how I was going to monetize on it. I felt lost. I was definitely overwhelmed, and I was panicked, because it was it's been 2.5 years, but I kept going, definitely dedicated, a lot of sleepless nights, hard work, and it definitely led to something bigger, and it did. And it happened all at once. Teaching the class last week at the university was one, and that happened. And then 2 days later, I was asked to speak in art classrooms, which is going to be in March. This is the book that I wrote. It's actually kind of funny. It's a love affair, just about me and AI. This is the business I created, which has been really fun and interesting. And then embracing AI, moving past the fear. And all of you know this, especially if you are in the AI space, but every major technical shift has been met with resistance. From, photography that replaced, painting portraits, to digital design overtaking, hand-drawn layouts. Innovation often feels like it's a threat. And then before we know it, it's an opportunity. And then the fear, which everyone will eventually get over in every country, whether it's in France or here. But the fear of it replacing creatives is understandable, right? But it's also limiting. It's not here to take it over. It's actually been here forever, right? And I try to tell people, if they fear it, it's self-checkout at your grocery store, right? That's AI. So it's here to enhance and accelerate and unlock possibilities. And instead of resisting it, those who embrace it will be the ones shaping the future of creativity. And AI is a creative accelerator, enhancing, saving time, and cutting costs. So these are a few examples of what I've done for some of my clients. Clearly, those of you who know me, I do work for automotive. I have done some work for health and wellness clients that I have, and they are saving money and cutting costs. So that's been great. So think of creative projects that you've worked on. If you're not in the AI space and you do have a small business and you're on here, how much time did it take? How much did it cost? Now imagine cutting that time and cost in half or more while still achieving, the quality results. And that's what AI is doing for creatives across industries. And here's another example, the background. I created this background using Midjourney for a Mazda dealership. So this, I hope I don't screw this up where this is going to take me. So I want to share this because this This was a reel that I did for a Ford dealership. And it's truly amazing because I used voiceover in Canva for this dealership, and it truly sounds like a Ford commercial that probably would have cost a dealership, probably if it was on Super Bowl, probably would have cost them $1 million. But it came out so awesome and so professional, and I was blown away by it. And I'm linking it to the Facebook page, which if you don't pay Facebook, you don't get a lot of views, but on the reel on Instagram, it probably got to close to 2,000 views without being paid. So I'm just going to share this, and hopefully it works. Wait, hold on. Shit, maybe not. It didn't work, did it? Can you see my screen still or no?
No, your screen's gone. We'll let you know when it comes
It's
back.
gone. Shoot. All right, hold on. Shoot. All right.
Are you
I
trying to
probably
say from
lost.
your phone? Are you trying to share it from your phone?
No, it's not from my phone. It worked before when I did like a trial. I knew that was going to happen. All right, let me get back here. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah. Now it's all gone. Now everything's gone. All right, hold on.
You having as much luck with the
Yeah.
computer as me today? I don't know what's happening.
It's just, yeah, that's thanks. Let me just get back. All right, I'm not going to be able to share it. But anyway, it was so professional and it truly sounded like let me get back on my cam. I'm just going to stop sharing for 1 second and then I'll just get back on. I'm sorry.
Do you have it on your Instagram? Maybe you could just play it straight from your Instagram account.
You know what's interesting? I tried that and there was no volume. So
bummer.
the only thing that worked was Facebook. All right, yeah. Oh wait, restore pages. Here we go. So the only thing because I tried it like 10 times, I'm like, this is going to be great. And it worked, but clearly it didn't. All right, so let me try this again. Sorry, my apologies. All right, share. Let me do this again. All right. You can see it now, right? You're back to my presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely perfect.
Okay. So I'm not going to be able to share it. I'll figure out how to do it. But anyway, it really was professional. It sounded like a Ford Toyota commercial, whatever. So here's another one that I did for a BMW dealership. But when I started my business, I didn't have a roadmap for monetizing AI, but over time, I discovered how I can help these businesses with custom branding, social media content, advertising, website visuals, all at a fraction of the cost. So for car dealerships and automotive, no more stale, overused stocked images. AI allows businesses to create custom, unique visuals that align perfectly with their brand. If any of you are familiar with automotive website, their stock images were so stale, so boring. They absolutely loved that they had choices. Like some of them they came out great, like really funny and just different and thinking outside of the box. I do social for a divorce attorney. So this is just a screenshot of her social page. A lot of them are mostly done using AI. With the car dealerships, I'm not allowed to do the vehicles using AI, but I can take a manufacturer stock image and turn them into video. Here's a fashion designer from overseas who asked me to do a few images for her, an interior designer. Another big thing that I'm sure a lot of AI artists hear, there's no emotion in AI images, which I beg to differ, and I'm sure most of you agree. And the question you should ask is when you look at an image, what draws you in? Is it the color, the composition? What's the feeling and the emotion behind it? And I always tell people it is the human behind it. There is so much emotional depth, especially with the person behind it. There's emotion, there's thought, and there's experiences. And as the prompt engineer, your intent and the vision behind it is you're creating every image with meaning, and at least I do. If anyone could tell me, I know, Rachel, we had this conversation. What do you think this image, what's the emotion behind this image? Anyone?
Bad hair day? No.
Yeah. No?
Empty nester.
Oh,
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, empty nester. I was thinking my hair's always a rat's nest, but that's fantastic. Just saying, too long, too many knots, but that's actually really a
Yeah.
cool one.
So AI doesn't replace emotion, right? It channels it. And the soul of an AI generated image is not the algorithm, but it is the human guiding it. And I just redid this one recently, but the first one, it's probably one of the first images I did with Midjourney, like 5.2, 2 years ago, when I was an empty nester. And I was like all by myself. I was so upset. I was like crying. I'm like, what am I going to do with myself? But our emotions is what makes it so powerful. So I did write one of my first books, Bending Never Breaking, and every image was used with AI, and they were all illustrations based on my childhood up until adulthood, and they were reflections of my life, based on resilience and struggle and reinventions and hope and blah blah blah. And they were hard. It was hard for me to. It wasn't just me typing in like, the story of my life. They were tough to do. So all of the visuals were designed to capture my life story, and it wasn't easy. So when you're creating something, there is emotion behind it. And if anyone, says there's no emotion behind a piece of AI art, you can tell them there is, because there's a human behind every single piece. So again, I have no problem sharing my story. I was a child of an alcoholic. This was, image of my dad at a bar. The night before my wedding day, he bailed on me. So this was my wedding dress and an empty chair at my wedding. So AI art is for everybody, and it redefines creativity beyond artistic talent. What if creating art wasn't limited to those who could draw, paint, or sculpt? What if anyone, regardless of skill, could visually express their ideas and emotions? AI is making that possible. So for centuries, artistic expression has been tied to technical skill, the ability to draw, paint, or sculpt. But not everyone has the natural ability or training to create traditional art. This has often led to the misconception that if you can't draw, you're not an artist, and AI is changing that. And with AI-powered tools, anyone can become an artist. AI removes the barriers of technical skill, allowing people to focus on concept, storytelling, and imagination rather than struggling with technique. It provides an accessible way for individuals who may have never considered themselves artists to create visually stunning and meaningful pieces. So AI art tools empower people by there are a few ways, encouraging people who are intimidated by traditional art. This is a big topic that I am going to be talking about when I do go into traditional art classrooms, which I'm very, very nervous about that one, because there are a lot of traditional art teachers that are not welcoming AI art. So that should be interesting. But encouraging people who are intimidated by traditional art to engage students, professionals, hobbyists alike that can now visually communicate their ideas. They can bring creative ideas to life. Businesses and entrepreneurs who lack design skills to create professional looking visuals without hiring a designer. Allowing non-artists to explore self-expression through color, form, and storytelling. And this one I'm super passionate about, and this is very important, which is providing an outlet for individuals with disabilities or physical limitations that make traditional art difficult. And this I did not know, and I don't know if many of you did, but this is very interesting, and this is very important to share. The Framing Inclusion Project, which was in 2022 and 23, and it showcased AI's potential to break barriers in artistic expression for individuals with disabilities. So it expanded access with AI tools provided in new ways for neurodivergent individuals to create without physical or cognitive barriers. So they enhanced storytelling, adapted to different needs. It bridged physical challenges, and it encouraged innovation. They used multiple platforms, which was great. They used DALL-E, ChatGPT, and help participants explore ideas through adaptive conversations. So I actually did create this image. I prompted it with a little girl with autism, and I actually used this Desgo, which I never heard of before. It was actually really fast. It's free, and I love the way the output came out. So she's adorable. But AI is transforming creativity by making artistic expression more inclusive than ever before. AI is democratizing art by proving that creativity isn't just about talent. It's about vision and expression. And it's no longer about how well you can draw, but what you can imagine. And it's opening the doors for new generation of creators who may have never picked up a paintbrush, but now have the tools to share their creativity with the world. And I don't know about any of you, but I can't draw a house. So, and I never claimed that I could. So the art of reinvention. So thriving in AI and creativity without years of experience. Success isn't about experience. It's about determination, hard work, and vision. So how grit and resilience matter more than years of experience in AI and creativity. So you can raise your hand, you can chime in. I know I'm probably going over, I'm sorry, I'll speed it up. How many times have you been told that you need years of experience to succeed? And what if I told you that that is not true? Success is not defined by how many years you spent in an industry. It's defined by how hard you're willing to work, connections you've made, how quickly you've adapted, and how determined you are to keep pushing forward. AI and creativity are fields where innovation moves fast, and those who thrive are not necessarily the most experienced, but the most relentless, kind, open-minded, and willing to learn. And the reality is hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. A growth mindset is more powerful than a resume, and your willingness to embrace change will define your success. And famous people who prove this, we all know Oprah and her story. Sarah Blakely is my favorite story. She had zero experience in fashion or business when she started Spanx. She built a billion-dollar brand by relentlessly figuring things out as she went. And we all know Steve Jobs, his story. And then not so famous people. I only had 6 months of experience in yoga, yet I opened 2 successful yoga studios. I didn't have a background in AI, yet I won multiple awards and built Dream Canvas creation into a thriving business. This one touches my heart so, and I might start crying, but my son was told he shouldn't go to college because of his learning disability. Yet he pushed through, proving that determination is more powerful than doubt. Some doubted his ability to succeed academically, but he refused to accept that limitation. Instead of letting those words define him, he pushed harder, not just in the classroom, but in every aspect of his life. With relentless determination, discipline, and the right support system, he proved doubters wrong, and he's not only thriving as a graphic designer major in college, but he's also playing football at a competitive level. And he can draw too, by the way. I can't. So success doesn't come from waiting until you feel qualified. It comes from stepping up, showing up, and putting in the work regardless of where you started. AI and creativity are not reserved for the experts. They are for those who are bold enough to embrace them. Experience is valuable, but it's not the defining factor of success. The people who break barriers, redefine industries, and achieve greatness aren't necessarily the most experienced. They're the ones who are willing to work harder, learn faster, and refuse to give up. You don't need decades of experience to thrive. You need grit, resilience, and the willingness to push through obstacles. So this is my last little thing, and then that's it. Why am I sharing this with you? Because there will always be doubters, there will always be haters, and there will always be people who don't believe in you. But the key to success isn't about proving them wrong. It's about proving to yourself you're capable, resilient, and unstoppable. Having the strength to keep going, no matter the noise, it's what sets you apart. And for me, the more they doubt, the more they hate, the more it fuels me to thrive. I love helping others. I love to see businesses thrive, and I want to see small businesses succeed. And AI can help them. AI is not just a tool for corporations or tech giants. It's an opportunity for entrepreneurs, dreamers, and creators to bring their visions to life, to compete in ways they never could before, and to tell their stories in powerful visual ways. AI art is therapy for me. It's my meditation, my release, my way of letting go. It allows me to create, to express, and to release what no longer serves me. It's not just about visuals, it's about transformation, healing, and pushing forward despite the obstacles. To all the real she's and he's who believe in me, who trust me, honor me, respect me, work with me, and include me. I see you, I appreciate you, and I thank you. And together, we're not just creating art or running businesses, we're redefining success, breaking barriers, and proving that determination, vision, and resilience will always outshine doubt. And thank you.
Oh, so beautiful.
That was beautiful. Oh, you're making us feel things, Mary
Thank
Beth,
you.
which I think is the epitome of art and creativity, to make people
Thank
feel
you.
things. It's just beautiful. Anyone got any questions, guys? Dive in. You got any comments, thoughts, questions for Mary Beth?
I only just wanted to say that silly little cotton company, what they
Yeah.
had, and they let go, their loss.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your journey, and that's
You're welcome.
beautiful. Yeah, wonderful to see your art and how expressive that was. And I just look at the images and I'm like, yeah, I love your message about it inspiring and making people feel things, and your symbology is really powerful. And I love if I can articulate it nice that you don't necessarily need to know how to draw with a pen, but your creativity expressed through this medium is wonderful. And I love that this medium of AI art is making the creativity accessible, like you touched on, for people. And yeah, I love that. It was really interesting about the tools and the way that for people supporting them when they have accessibility needs or learning needs and things like that, how it's helping those people. That's, yeah, really wonderful. I think that's amazing. I already know a couple of dyslexic people that are like just can come on and use AI to help them. They don't need to know how to draw or write properly. They're just the tool can help get things out of their head onto the paper. And I love that angle. Yeah, have we got
Yeah,
any more?
I think that's what we have to, really, especially to like traditional artists, especially teachers, like that's what we have to really get across to them. The children that aren't like they can't draw or they're unable to, or they don't have the confidence to, is introduce them to AI art and see, because they have so much here, but they just can't put it down on paper. And then their confidence, it really boosts their confidence because they do have a creative mind, but they just can't get it down on paper. So why can't they take an art class, right?
Wonder if there'd be AI art class in school. And I don't know if you want to touch on your speaking at the university and the schools, which is wonderful, by the way. Mary is going into university and art classes and sharing all of this to students, which we love, and we're as a side note, supporting an initiative to reach out to students who want to learn AI and feature them on our platform so that we can see up and coming talent in the next generation. So we love that. I don't know if you want to touch on what you're excited about teaching the students, or you've talked to them so far, and tell us about that, because it's really wonderful to reach younger people. And
Yeah, so last Saturday I spoke in it was the engineering department, which I was like so nervous because I was actually shocked that one student used Midjourney. None of them had used it at all, um, which I was blown away by. So their focus is they were more like the speaker before me was a doctor who was creating a GPT for cancer, like for cancer patients. So my speech, my demonstration was they were blown away by it. They never used Midjourney. They never created any images. So they were really shocked by it. They were excited about the challenge. So hopefully, you get some on there. They are going to put it in their Discord, which is great. My presentation to the art teachers in the high schools is going to be in March. Now that is really where I'm going to, explain more on how it will build confidence for the students and how these art teachers can incorporate traditional art with AI art. So I did have my son draw a picture of a jellyfish and shark's teeth and how they can take traditional art and make it into video. So I made a background in Midjourney, and then I took the jellyfish and I made it move, in Runway with the background from Midjourney. So things like that on how they can incorporate the two. Did you hear me?
Yeah, has anyone else got any comments or questions?
Just seeing everything that you've been doing, and you do speak a lot about the students. Do you have a small course on Midjourney for students, or do you have an ebook that promote? Because you could be making some dosh on the side with that, and it would be helping a lot of people fill in a pain point.
I don't, not as of now. Me teaching the art teachers is through a program in the state of New Jersey. So they actually hired me to be their instructor. So I'm going to be doing workshops through them. But that's a good idea. I can do that, but I haven't done that yet. No.
Monetize yourself if you have so much to share.
Oh, thank you. You're sweet. I have a lot on my plate right now, but good idea.
There's so much in
other
there, Mary Beth, we could unpack. I think we've got a few minutes if anyone else has got anything else. There's so much in there that I love to unpack, that I don't know where to start. Glenn, you got your hand up. Go for it, buddy.
Oh yeah, have it up again. Thank you so much, Mary Beth. I know we've traded text before.
Hey, Glenn.
Just like Margarita, I'm huge fans of this whole event, and especially of all the women who've spoken so far. I just think you're the epitome of just hard work gets you somewhere, and I just think you can't get around that. Do you know what I mean? You can be inspired, and of course everyone needs that, but without the work that you put in, I think it just shows that anyone can, if they really want to, just if they just put a little bit of effort, they can make something extraordinary. But AI is not going to do that. It's not going to do that without the passion, and the inspiration behind the person doing it. I think, that has to be conveyed around the world. And I think people will embrace AI, and I think it's doing all the work and you're just sitting back watching it happen. I think that's the big misconception.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And it's not just sitting there typing in a prompt. Like there's a lot of thought that goes in to every prompt. It's not, it's not just copy. Like this is another thing it's just such a pet peeve of mine. It's like going into like Explorer and copying a prompt or just, it's like it drives me crazy. I think like there are nights where I'm like, oh my God, like it's how I feel or what I'm thinking or, what happened to me today. It's just like me teaching a yoga class. Like my Dharma talks weren't just like me, reading from the 8 limbs of yoga. It was something that like happened to me or something that I came across. That's what I would speak about. And it's just the same thing with me, creating an image. It's a thought or a feeling or something that happened, right? Like Scarlet, right? My Scarlet Tide, it's because I lived down by the beach and, pretty much every teenager that walks around by where I live has long blonde hair and braids and surfs, and everyone has a beach cruiser, and it's just from where I live. And so it's, you put thought and effort into it. So it is a lot of work. And I see it in your work, and I see it in Margarita's work. I see it in Natalie's work. I see it in everybody's work. So when you're just, inspiration is one thing. When you get inspired by somebody else's work, that's one thing. But when you're constantly just like taking somebody else's work and you're just going into and exploring, copying and pasting somebody else's prompt, it's just not real, So it does take a lot of work, and it's hard work. I don't think it's easy, and it shouldn't be easy. So, but thank you. I'm going.
Well, it shows that, all the hard work shows, everyone who's been speaking today, and especially in a lot of the work that you're sharing. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Wonderful. All right. Is that Terry? Terry's raised her hand. Where are you, Terry? You want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Mary Beth, it was so wonderful to meet you in Arizona, and I am a huge fan of your work. I just love it. I loved everything you said. It was a beautiful presentation. Can you talk to us a little bit more about how you're able to get such incredible consistency? Because you have a recognizable style that's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. It was so nice meeting you too. I wish I could have stayed longer. And I do tell everybody, Arizona was awesome. And I will tell everyone here, if you're not on X, get on X, because I feel like everyone that I met there is like, you're on LinkedIn, go to X. But anyway, so Midjourney, I feel like, well, the personalization for sure. My personalization codes mostly, but it's just, my personalization codes, but I feel like I stay with the same type of theme. I feel like thank you for that, but I feel like I bore people with the same kind of theme, whether it's beach or, I try not to, I don't go so much outside of the box, but I think it's just my personalization code. Someone said to me the same thing the other day, that I do a lot of pastels, but that's not even in my prompt. So it's interesting that you say that. I guess it's just mostly my personalization code, really. Um, yeah, that's it. I don't do anything special or different. Did that answer your question, or?
Yeah, it does. It sounds like you have a set of codes that you're using and you're very consistent with it. And I think that's such a great discipline. It's something that I need to learn. But it shows in your work, because I could definitely see in that stream of Twitter with so much going by, and sometimes you just don't see everybody's like name on it. I recognize your work. So
Well,
it's
there are some days, I will be honest with you, Terry, where I'm like, well, first of all, some of the images on Twitter that you see, you'll never see on LinkedIn, because I can't post it. They'll never get pushed out. Um, like there was one that went viral just the other day on Twitter that I posted on LinkedIn, and nobody saw it because it really didn't have she had a top on, but you know what I'm saying? That my prompt was not long at all. And I don't even think I did a personalization code. Um, it just, Midjourney just knows me, it just knows my style. So, but thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. It's humbling, Sometimes I don't know how I even create what I create. I could put in just the simplest, shortest prompt, and it will come out absolutely stunning, without being so specific. And then sometimes I'll type in the longest prompt and I'm like, what the fuck is this? So it's amazing, but shorter the better, I guess. But I've had help, like everyone's been great. Like I've learned a lot from Brian, I've learned a lot from Margarita, but now it's you know, just trial and error sometimes and hard work. So, and self-taught. A lot of it is self-taught.
Miriam has a question too for you.
Yeah.
I think about Twitter.
Oh, okay. Should I be on X? What am I missing? So it's so when I met Terry at the AI Film Festival in Arizona, she was the speaker and she was wonderful, and I'm so happy I went. And I met all of these amazing artists, and I'm like, so are you on? Can we connect on LinkedIn? And they're all like, LinkedIn. I haven't been on LinkedIn since like 2016, whatever the year. And I was like, oh my God, like, what am I missing? And they're like, you have to get on X. And I'm like, X? Like, okay, I have an X account, but I usually just post like my son's like, baseball, football, basketball stuff. So I jumped on there and I was like, holy shit, like there are amazing like AI creators on here. I had no idea. And it's great. Like it truly is. I mean, you have to, it's constant, right? But some of the work, like Terry's unbelievable. She's an unbelievable AI film creator. She's a great speaker. She does great art. There's just great. Yeah. So I highly recommend it. And you don't get flagged for anything. There's a little bit you see a lot of skin, I will say. So if you're against that, I don't recommend going on it. But I love it. And it's just another outlet to get your work seen. So I just got notified today for Terry, what was that? I don't even know what the hell it was. The women in tech, right? So that was pretty cool. My art was going to be featured in Women in Tech 2025. So you have to be everywhere. Someone said to me a few weeks ago, how are you winning all these things? And I'm like, you got to be in it to win it. It's not like people are just finding me. You have to find things. So I'm not against skin. Yeah, I would definitely get on X too.
Yeah.
And they do all these quote tweet things. So it's like quote tweet, it's like a theme, right? So quote tweet, like cats, right? So what I love about it is because I have over 35 images in Midjourney, I just go back and I know I have cats somewhere. It's not like I sit there and create. It's kind of hard to support X right now. You know what? I take politics out of everything. I don't get involved with any. I'm just there for the AI stuff. I just want to be seen. I'm there to Women in Tech 2025. I don't politics, religion, and baseball. My father told me never to talk about it, and I don't. As long as my art's getting seen and that's all. So anyway, so quote tweet, I find my old stuff and I get it out there and it's great. So
Awesome.
they
Awesome,
have a theme for everything. So yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Maribeth. That is wonderful and
Yeah.
awesome questions. I think it's time to hand over to Nova. I think we've got everyone's questions, and thank you so much. And that was wonderful. And
Thank you for having me.
yeah, it was so
Thank
awesome.
you so
Thank
much,
you.
Maribeth.
It was awesome to see more of your work, and I think everyone has got warm hearts and is very inspired. It was really beautiful. Uh, we put your links in the chat too, so you can guys connect with Maribeth and see more of her work in the chat below. Um, Thanks everyone for your questions. That's awesome. So we have the pleasure of swinging right into Nova, who's joining us. Um, House of Nova. She's talented lady doing it all. I can't believe how much she does. She's running companies, doing AI. She's at events. She's speaking. She's running House of Nova. She's written several books. Um, I think you're in the like the wearables, tech, NFTs, crypto, Web3. space, which is a lot of it's over my head. So we hope to explore more of that with Nova today and just go, what is it you do? What does this all mean? See the cool stuff you're working on. Um, I'll probably get you to introduce yourself in a second. Just to preface the chat that this is a like a chat with Nova. We've got some questions. We'd love your turn to drop in the chat or chime in, put your hand up with questions, and we can just learn more from Nova and explore some of these things. We've got some questions lined up that we'll ask her and really just have a conversation with her. So Nova, if you want to kick off and introduce yourself, and then we can get into some questions and just tell us what it is you're working on.
Yeah, well, hello everyone. And can you hear me okay? Is my sound okay?
It sounds okay.
Okay, amazing. All right, awesome. Well, I want to first thank you and Rachel for this incredible community that you've assembled. I also want to give a big shout out to Big Al, who's here, who introduced us. So yeah, I'm Nova Lorraine. I'm the founder of the House of Nova, and I'm an award-winning futurist and fashion designer. And as Amanda said, I definitely stay busy. I'm super passionate about creating access for underrepresented voices, especially women in the space. So I do spend a lot of time in educational endeavors, which include the public speaking, the book writing, the podcast, workshops, etc., because I feel that more of us need to be a part of this new digital economy that we're building. So a little bit about my origin story. I was born in Jamaica, one of six, first generation to go to college here in the US. And when I was in high school, I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to help people. And so that was my journey for many years. And I accomplished getting into graduate school for clinical psychology on a full ride. I also had a course that I was teaching in undergrad, and I had a patient load, seeing my patients every week and helping them, and from a psychological standpoint. And then one day I had a divine download that I was going to help people through my love of fashion. And just setting the scene, I was going to the University of Connecticut. So if any of you have ever been to Connecticut, it's cow country, known for, in the past anyway, it's farms. And so I was nowhere near any fashion center. I lived in my bubble, my Jamaican Caribbean bubble. And but it was such an overwhelming feeling that I couldn't ignore it. So I finished up early with my degree and went on to New York to study fashion at FIT. And I really just haven't looked back. I saw fashion as a new channel, and in terms of combining my background in psychology to help women at the time, help women feel beautiful from the inside out. And then that led me to launching a platform called Rain Magazine. I wanted to help other creative entrepreneurs like myself be seen, have their work shown without, the obstacles of where we lived and how much money we made. And so I created one of the first digital publications that was able to reach an international audience to showcase the future of fashion, culture, and technology. And that led me to blockchain in 2013, AKA Bitcoin as a use case. And in 2017, I dove in to Web3 a little more and came across Ethereum and took a bet on Ethereum from a trading standpoint. And then in 2020, I shifted gears full time into the Web3 space. And I just saw that we were building this new economy, a new paradigm, and I saw the opportunities that were there for creatives such as myself. And I've always been passionate at finding ways for individuals that are doing art or design or music or storytelling to sustain themselves financially with what they love to do without compromising who they are. And so I saw blockchain initially as this opportunity, and then that led me to launching an NFT collection, building a immersive world on Unreal Engine, and working with DAOs, which are decentralized autonomous organizations, and then eventually generative AI. So about June of 2022, I came across Gen AI through my son, actually, who's also a creative, and I was hooked. I just saw it as magic. I saw it as a way to express myself so quickly, from my poetry to my fashion designs. And I've been working with generative AI ever since, initially with images, then with video, and then of course text to text. And now I'm bringing all of those technologies together under the helm of the House of Nova, which is the future of couture, where we're using fashion as a tool for well-being and opening this new door, this new path of self-expression. And so that's just a little roundup. And along the way, I've launched a few podcasts, written a couple books. My most recent is The Jockey on the Horse, which is a creative's guide to AI. And my first book, which is Unleash Your Supernova. And I've never really left psychology behind. I've always been passionate about using this and mindfulness, as tools to help others achieve their dreams and to do what they love.
Unmuting myself. That is wonderful, Nova, and it's so amazing when we meet you and we're just like wowed and going, what isn't she doing? Oh my God. Yeah, just and I know she's I don't know why I'm going to share this, but I thought it was funny. You're like on the way to somewhere walking and talking with us, and you even made the time, but you're like a busy as hell lady, smashing out all this amazing stuff, and still you're like running to a train and still made time to talk to us. I was like, we really appreciated that. That's how busy you are. Love all of this. And someone just said, what a powerful mission. Love it. So awesome. So yeah, epic creative stuff that you're doing. And someone just said their chat GGP is called Nova as well. So I was like, that must be an awesome name. Yeah, it's so cool. You see, and you mentioned your, Jamaican Caribbean heritage, but you're in New York now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, which
I'm
is
in New York now.
wonderful. Um, Now, I mean, my first question is really, really simple way to start. What's your ultimate like favorite part of AI or what you most geek out over? Or like any day you're like going to sit down and talk about, oh my God, like blockchain or something. Like, what is your like the part that you like love the most? I don't know if you can even pick a part of what you're doing that you most love.
In terms of AI or like the entire
All
landscape
of the
of what I'm
tech, you're
doing?
like, oh, I love digital fashion, or I love the evolution
Oh,
of creativity, or I love blockchain the most, or you like geek out on Web3. I don't know. What is your like your little go-to pocket of like, yeah.
I would say, out of, that's a hard question. I mean, right now I'm very much into generative AI and what it can do, not just from an imagery standpoint, but the tools we can build to really help and empower individuals. And I will nerd out on podcasts, on headlines, like I'll listen to the news. I want to know, what are the other builders doing in the space? What are the startups that are coming into the space? I'm in a hackathon right now. It's a venture fund that's running a hackathon called Tsunami. And to hear what other creators are doing from mental health to building products to help diagnose pets of their illnesses. And so for me, yes, the core is art and creativity, but I really see this tool as something that can just take us to another level if it is used consciously. And I really feel like we're in this renaissance period, but the magic is how it intersects with other technologies such as blockchain, such as AR, augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D design, and seeing how generative AI is amplifying and accelerating what we can do with these other technologies. And so I'm literally chomping at the bit in terms of 3D design. If any of you ever use Clo 3D or Browseware or Blender or Marvelous Designer, and you want to create 3D assets, it's challenging from a time perspective and the learning curve that it takes, where you have generative AI that can, again, take a 2D image, take an idea, and then turn that into a 3D asset. That's just one example of how these technologies are coming together. But ultimately, everything I do is for that same mission. I really know that I'm here on a path to help others and inspire them through what I love. And it falls into that space of art and storytelling and fashion. And it just shows up in a variety of ways because I believe that, we're not all in the same place in our journey. And I would love to reach people where they're at. And so if I could reach them through a podcast, amazing. If I could reach them through an AI film I've created, amazing. If I could reach them through something I've created where you could wear, awesome. And I do think that the future, and I think a lot of, the individuals here can speak to it, is for that multi-hyphenate, is for that individual that can move between different spaces, that can take their current experience and their background and merge it with the technologies. I mean, I never thought, when I was in grad school that I would be in the tech space as heavy as I am now. but I'm grateful because if I could bring a different point of view and if I can open that door and inspire others to be a part of this new digital city we're building, then I've achieved, part of what I'm here to do.
Yeah, beautiful. There's so many directions we can go, but I'm just going to keep chucking out questions and see where it leads. You've covered off a couple of questions already that I was going to ask just about where you see the future of this going. If you can even, I don't know, maybe the events you've been to this week with Digital Fashion Week and like the incredible cutting edge of like fusion of the AI, the creativity, the fashion, where it's going, and just touching on what you're saying, that it's a tool, that it's enhancing our work. That's where's the new era of where this is going. And for example, I just talked to someone the other day that's building an app that's doing IP and copywriting on the blockchain. And I didn't even know that was a thing. And like the future of like everything is just mind-bogglingly just shifting everything so much. I know it's a big question, but like where do you see it going, or like what's next, or the big thing, the trends, or what you're kind of seeing emerging, I guess?
Yeah, I'm happy to touch on that. I'll start with fashion. As you said, it's coming off the heels of Fashion Week, and was on a panel with a few big brands and technology companies such as Clo3D, Tommy Hilfiger, Meta, and J. Crew. And it was a nice mix, and it was interesting to also get their perspectives of what they're excited about. But as it relates to fashion, we're going into a space of hyper personalization, and where you're going to be seeing holograms when you're walking through retail stores of the latest fashion shows or your favorite designs. If you haven't already, you're going to be in dressing rooms with smart mirrors where let's say you have a yellow sweater on and you press a button and you can see it in red, blue, orange, for example, or you stand in front of the mirror and you touch an image and that image is projected on you and you don't even have to get undressed at all. You're going to see a lot of fit issues go away, both with custom on-demand production, where you can take an image of yourself, a video of yourself, send it to the brand that you're shopping with, and they will send a custom-made item to your door, for example. There's going to be a lot of gamification that we're going to see integrated in our everyday life. And then if I'm looking at fashion, I'll just give you an example of what I'm doing within the House of Nova. Is one of the projects that I'm building in this hackathon is our core product offering. So we have several things that we do under the House of Nova, and one is the first AI fashion agent. And you might say, well, what is that? And what the heck is an agent? And no, I'm not talking about Mr. Smith from The Matrix. But it's where the generative AI is given tasks and it can go out on its own and perform those tasks for you. So for example, let's say you're putting a prompt into ChatGPT and you say, well, produce this image for me. And it's an image of a palm tree. And the agent is programmed to take that image and post it on one of your social platforms. Then it's programmed to take that image and send it to X number of people in your email list, for example. So it's doing tasks for you based on how it's coded. And so this AI agent, this fashion agent that I'm building, allows you to answer a few questions. It does keep psychology in mind, surprise, surprise. And it gives you outfit suggestions for any event, any occasion. So it could be an online event like this, or it could be a wedding, it could be a date, it could be a conference. And the goal is to allow you to feel the most confident in every situation. And so that's one example of how, fashion is moving and other industries are moving as relates to personalization. If we're looking at education, for example, imagine your personal tutor with whatever course you're learning. Maybe you're a code, you're developing code, or maybe you're a high school student learning algebra. You're going to have either a GPT, a bot, or an agent that is trained to assist you, but it's adapting to your learning style and your personality. And so these are just a couple examples. We're going to see training optimized as well as it relates to augmented reality and virtual reality. In the hospitality industry, robots are a big thing right now, holograms. So imagine your menu as a hologram. So we're just going to have more immersive experiences, more personalized experiences, and hopefully also more sustainable experiences and products as well that come into the marketplace. Oh, and the product is Aura, by the way. For those of you that want to be a beta tester, Aura, AURRA, is that AI fashion agent. AuraAI.com.
AuraAI.com. I'll drop that in the chat. That's yeah, mind-bogglingly Sarah's just said how amazing like what we haven't even imagined is possible, like trying on things at home. Like you said, the hologram, walk past it in the store, puts you in the outfit, like real-time personalization, which I think is amazing. And a thought that just occurs to me, a lot of people that don't work in marketing or tech are very scared of the implications of having such personalized experiences. It usually means that we've taken a lot of their data, we've got their ID, we're putting their face on something, or we're saying, hey, Nova, we're just seeing you've just been shopping, you might like these other things. And they're like, oh, it's almost like borderline creepy is the term that people used to read. But I'm like, well, I love it because we're in this space and we're native and we just call it smart. But a lot of other people are seeing it as like creepy or weird or infringing on privacy. I don't know, just as a side note, you want to touch on that and what you think about
Yeah, no,
that?
it's a great point. I do think there is a fine line between what we're doing with the tools and our privacy and security. And if we don't have an understanding of how the tools work, then a lot of us may not even know if our privacy is being infringed on. Or as artists, how do we protect our art? How do we protect our IP? And so I think blockchain is a use case that's going to assist. It could be our friend or our foe, depending on how it's used. And that's why I do things like this. And I try to, educate individuals so they can have a voice in how they want the tech used. And we're not like mindlessly just following the leader. But in terms of privacy and security, and this is an area of growth as well in this space where your information is gated, it's behind a wall, and you have to give permission to companies to access that information. And then when you give them access, they have to reward you in some way, and typically is monetarily. Sometimes it will be through tokens or coins that can then be exchanged for fiat, for real money. And so I think that, again, we could choose to only work with those individuals that are paying attention to protecting our privacy and data, or we can ask questions, or we can opt out. Of course, when we go on these websites, we see the pop-ups with cookies. Most people blindly just say allow cookies, but if you go in, you could literally say deny, or I'm only allowing these certain ones. And that's just taking a proactive approach in how you want to protect your information and your data. But then as an artist and a creative, understanding how blockchain can and empower you to create new revenue streams and protect your IP, that's also a game changer as well. And so as you're creating these images or these short films or music or logos, you can put that on the blockchain and protect it where it's not being used to train future AI systems as well.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good point. Great point of view on using blockchain, says Dawn. Many people are not aware of it. Yeah, thanks, Dawn. And I was just about to touch on, for those of us who are like, okay, we're talking about blockchain and we may be aware of it as conceptually, but like, can you touch on, like, for the noobs, including me, what is it? What does it mean when you're talking about it? What is blockchain? What is on the chain? I don't know, like what are some of these terms and what does it mean and how would someone even need to know about blockchain? Do we need to use it? What are some use cases and like make it like like explain it like so that we can get it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I would encourage anyone, if you haven't already, just to check out some conferences on and/or online summits or podcasts. There is a podcast that I did, Crypto for Creatives, if you're interested, and we talk about a lot of these basic terms, and it was really to help individuals on that initial journey, because in the beginning, for me, the semantics were a barrier. And I spent a lot of time reading these white papers, which is the business plan for these blockchain technology companies, and reading blogs and article after article until it started sinking in. So that's one challenge, I think, is the language. And eventually the language will come down to a point where we all can understand it. But so think of blocks, actual see-through blocks, and imagine putting something in the block. And once it's in the block, it can't be changed or taken out or tampered. And then those blocks are connected with other blocks and they become timestamps with information and data in there. And so, for example, let's just say just blending a case, use case to kind of merge the technologies and how they can be used together. I purchased this sweater or sweatshirt And on the blockchain, the journey of how this was created was captured. So from the fibers, where did they come from? So if it's cotton, was it, did it come from Egypt? Did it come from India? Where did it come from? Jamaica? Is it sea island cotton? And then what was that journey? What mill did it go to in terms of raw fiber to mill? And then what is the status in terms of the employees at that mill? Then it goes to the manufacturer. Is this a manufacturing facility that's sustainable? And all of that's captured. Then it goes to the retailer, and okay, what retailer? And then what number is it? It's one of 1,000 units? Is it one of 10,000 units? Maybe you only want to purchase something that's one of 100 units, and then that information is captured. And then it goes to your doorstop. And then it's like, okay, well, it was shipped from XYZ retail store to XYZ address on this date. So all that information is stored in these individual blocks, and it's timestamped, and it's visible for anyone to view. So it's called a public ledger, and you can literally go on, anyone can see what was done, who reported it, when it was done, and that's the blockchain. And another use case, Bitcoin, the financial DeFi, decentralized finance, is one of the most well-known use cases. So when we were talking about cryptocurrency, we're talking about blockchain, digital currency, and when these tokens or coins, if it's attached to a technology or not. So Doge is a token, for example, where Ethereum is a coin. And this currency, you can go onto a public ledger and you can see how many tokens exist, what wallets are holding these tokens, when was it traded, when was it sold. So this is information, again, around finance, and it goes on and on. So just think of these blocks of information that can't be changed. And another example are NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which it's any file. Art was the first use case that became very popular after, cryptocurrency. But think of any file. It could be music, it could be words, it could be video, it could be art, of course. And then that's captured on the blockchain and through cryptography. And so think of something being etched or stamped, and you can't change it, you can't smudge it out, but you can see who etched it and when it was etched, for example, and where it was etched, for example. And so I hope that helps clarify for some people.
Thanks, Nova. That's really cool. And yeah, that really does help. One thing occurred to me, I like as an analogy, like drawing on a rock, in like etch it on a rock, and it's, you can't undo that, you can't unetch it, and it's pretty much there. You can't shred a rock or hide the evidence or whatever. So it's like it's sort of set. The other thing I love is, if I'm going out on a limb, we're in the kind of era of transparency, and I think what I understand is it seems like it will always be there, it's always accessible, and it's always making things transparent. Like if imagine if everyone adopted blockchain like that hoodie example, and we saw the whole production process, we saw manufacturing from beginning to end, we saw the process. What would that mean to us as consumers to have that level of transparency, and how we make our choices and what we do, and like the implications of that is amazing. Like if the IP and copyrights on the blockchain, that it is secure and you can't argue with it, like you said, and you can't undo it, and there's a record, it's always there, and we can see it. I don't know if there's a way to elaborate on it. I just think that's amazing potential for the future. Lots of people have been hiding documentation, but maybe blockchain just opens that up a little bit.
100%. And if we understand that it is public, and going back to the issue around privacy and security is, well, what information do you want to allow to be public, and how can you protect your own data? And so I think that's why it's so important to understand how these technologies are being used. And there's something called zero knowledge proof, which is another technology that allows you to anonymize what you're doing. So let's say, instead of you going on the blockchain and seeing Nova Lorraine did this, and Nova Lorraine lives at this address, you would see my ID number, and that way my privacy is protected, as well. So even like understanding these little things, to ask the questions while we're still early days, right? We're day one of 10,000, but to also understand that the future is the merge of these technologies and utilizing the various tools together, with the example I gave with the 3D design tools mixed with generative AI, or the generative AI mixed with the blockchain. But as artists and creatives, how can we empower ourselves to be sustainable, not just from an ecological standpoint, but from a financial standpoint, and use these technologies to do the so.
Awesome. We've got a couple of questions in the chat. First, can you tell us what is Web3? And then also we're talking about Web3 as a concept. Again, break down some of this languaging for us just so we know what the heck we're on about. And then we got some questions from Rachel.
Sure. Sure. So Web 2 is where I would just define it as the social media era. That's the easiest way to define that, where we went from just search to socializing on the internet. And this new era is about ownership and where tokenization comes into play, where you can fractionally own things. It's on, for example, a blockchain. AI has always been around. We're just seeing a new version of AI, which is generative AI, and it's self-learning, and you continue to feed it data. It's like the Cookie Monster. But in terms of Web3, it's the culmination of these new technologies, these emerging technologies that includes, robots or powered by generative AI. It includes being able to buy art that is on the blockchain. It includes being able to, have smart contracts that are between you and I, like literally, instead of going to an attorney, I can say, this is what I'm agreeing to do. You and I agree to it. We place the details on chain, and then if there's a financial transaction, the technology will automatically send payment to you if that was what the agreement was. And I wouldn't have to do anything. I wouldn't have to go to the bank. I wouldn't have to log on to my Stripe or whatever. And then the technology does that. And so it's this new era of emerging technologies that include blockchain, that include generative AI, that include augmented reality, virtual reality, in the way that it's used in these immersive environments and experiences. So it's the new generation of the internet.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Simple question. Does it include, they always talk about the Internet of Things and connected devices, and like your fridge is going to talk to you and go order the milk for you and stuff like that. Where does that fit in the picture, Nova? And just like when we're talking about the big Internet of Things and everything's connected and your devices are going to murder you in your sleep, like where does that fit in this picture? Is that part of it or that's different, and how's that evolving?
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I think if anyone here owns an Alexa or anything similar, it's already here. Think of your smart houses with the Ring and the camera and streaming remotely. It's sort of being drip fed to us. I remember interviewing a company in 2018 for Rain Magazine, and the founder, who used to work for the military, said that voice is the next new thing. And this is something that's going to be integrated in all our appliances, all the things that we do. When you get to your door, you're going to tell your door to open. When you want to make coffee, you're going to tell the coffee maker to make the coffee. And we're seeing this with Alexa. We're seeing this with ChatGPT, where you could just talk to the bot or the agent and enact it to do something. And so we're already here, but it's still, again, it's early, and we're seeing instances, slowly being placed in our lives. And then we could choose what part of that we want to participate in. I don't think we all need to participate in all of the things that are being introduced to us. And that's why it's so important that we have conscious creators that are part of this new digital economy to say, well, wait a minute, let's put the guardrails on this. Let's steer it this way or that way. And it's not just, being spoon fed to us by the inventors or the creators that are building it, because builders are going to want to build. But we want to also shape the intention of how it's used as well. But it's already here. It's just being drip fed to us.
Yeah, awesome. Rachel, did you ism?
Yeah, you got my brain going around and around in circles and then exploding with all these fireworks going out. So what you were talking about the hackathon before with everybody and all the big names, but I'm sure there are a lot of techie people there, and I wondered as you were speaking whether this is the age of the disruptor. We're amplifying industries at the moment, but can you see that there's going to be the new Netflix and Uber and Airbnbs popping up now, where it totally transforms industries?
100%. 100%. I feel that I was just having this conversation with someone the other day. a lot of legacy brands, and these are individuals that are steeped in the space. They're, you know, very high level. They're working with government agencies. They're working with your biggest name brands. And a lot of legacy brands that we know of today are not going to be around the next 5 or 10 years. It's just like a dinosaur. There's only so fast that it can move, right? In terms of a brontosaurus, only so fast that it can take that next step. And so it's going to be individuals like ourselves that are going to be able to be agile and nimble, building teams and companies with 1 to 3 people. You're going to see companies maybe max at 100. Like your Google that has thousands and thousands of employees, the next Google would be max at 100. So we are the disruptors, the multi-hyphenates, the creatives, those that can go in and tinker with the tools and find new ways that it can be used and find real problems today that can be solved. But then those that are also building for the future. So the consumers catch up to the solutions that are being built for them. They may not be ready for it. You know, if you know the Steve Jobs story, the iPad was created well before the MP3, the iPod, but we weren't ready for it. So the iPod was introduced, then the iPhone, then the iPad, but the iPad was created first. And so you're going to have these, you know, individuals that are thinking well outside the box and have a sense of what we're ready for right now, and then build for the future. And then you're going to have those that are going to tap into the need right now and then use these technologies to enable individuals to solve problems today. So 100%, this is the age of the disruptor. And, you know, a lot of people ask at the conferences I speak at, well, what are the skills that are needed, and are afraid about their own job and their own relevancy because of these technologies. And what we have to keep in mind is that it's going to be our point of view that we bring to the table. It's going to be our experience that we bring to the table. We just heard, you know, from our last speaker, that beautiful story that she was telling with her own personal experiences and how she brings in what she loves into her art. And that's what differentiates her. And as we automate and we're all using the same tools, how are we going to distinguish one artwork from the other? How are we going to distinguish that a human made it versus a robot made it, or a bot that made it? And it's going to be those unique experiences and POV that we bring to the table. It's going to be these multiple skill sets that we're tapping into to realize, like, wait a minute, I'm multidimensional. Like, I play volleyball, but then I write poetry, but I also play with AI. And how could I bring all these things together to create something unique and special? And so this is the moment that we're in, where we're given freedom to break out of the box and really create what we want to create, you know, without the rules that have been dictated to us for so long. And this is why it's such an exciting time. I mean, I really think we're in a renaissance period, and those that are paying attention can really take advantage and forge a new path, just like she is AI.
I feel like you're speaking very much to the women's perspective, even though you didn't direct it that way. What's your thoughts then? What can we as women bring to that?
So, you know, all my life I was either told, I shouldn't say all my life, let me just say this. Early on in my college career, I was sitting in this class, sociology class, and the professor put up on the board a rung, like 4 rungs. And he said, this is the hierarchy in society. And at the bottom, so it was white male, white female, black female. Look, kid you not, this is sociology class, freshman year. And there's about 300 people in the room. And then I was like, wait, what? Did you just say I'm at the bottom of the ladder, the bottom of the rung? You know, here I am, 18 years old, being told that, oh, you're dead last. And I look around the room, I'm like one of maybe 3 or 4 in the room, right? Like the raisin in the rice bowl. And it was like literally someone took a bow and arrow and shot it in my chest. And I just felt like my chest sink. Like, well, what does that mean for me and what I want to do? And then I caught myself and I said, you know what? No, I'm not going to accept that story. I am not a statistic. I am not a number. And I refuse to accept that as my truth and my story. And I feel so many of us feel like just because this is what we were shown, that this is all that we can do. And I've been in male dominated spaces all my life. I've been the one to stand out in the room almost my entire life. And I use that as a form of empowerment and say, okay, you know what? You put up that wall, guess what? I'm going to jump even higher. And so I feel that this is a time for us to say, yeah, okay, we're leveling the playing field. Give me these tools. What you're saying is the only thing that's separating me is my time and energy that I want to put into learning and testing and trying. and researching, game on. So this is absolutely an opportunity for us to really like go to the moon because we do have these tools that can empower us. And we have these communities that are forging. I mean, the collective is calling for this. It's calling for co-creation, calling for collaboration. It's calling for disruptive ideas because the old paradigm is not working anymore. So 100%, am I speaking to women? 100%. I have my own community of women that I'm building because I feel like we need to work in a sisterhood. You know, there's so many times where you're in a space with women and it's about competition. It's about, I have to get the last piece of the pie. And when we realize no one's ever going to take the slice that's meant for us. What's meant for us is meant for us. So why don't we help everyone in the room get the pie slice that's meant for them? And so I think these tools are bringing us together, and the climate and culture is calling for change. It's calling for more authenticity, more truth, more closeness, more connectivity. And out of that is birthing these communities. But yes, you're hearing it because it's true. It's something that I'm super passionate about. I have two daughters. I have some very strong women in my family. My mom is my biggest inspiration. As an immigrant coming from Jamaica with four young babies and then having two more in this country, and then giving us the inspiration that we could do anything, even though she wasn't able to because of the limits that she had as an immigrant coming to this country. But she empowered us that we could do anything, and this is the reason why she came here, is so her children can have a better way and more than what she could have.
I've seen a photo of one of your beautiful daughters on social media. Oh, she's so darling. She's just beautiful.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
it's very inspiring to see that women can join the technology age. It seems like AI is bringing the heart to technology, whereas before it was very much coding and mathematics and a very distinct mind that like Amanda says, geeks out on the technology. But women are now stepping into that space because the AI allows us to express ourselves in the technology. I never ever thought I'd be at the forefront of technology. Goodness.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I love it. I
But I've
love
got a
it.
lot of heart. Yeah.
I 100% agree. I think what generative AI has done is allowed a lot of us access. And where, yes, blockchain has been here and we've been using it, but it was challenging, just from a skills standpoint, the technical skills, but then also the semantics, where, thanks to some startups, you just log on. A lot of these tools are free and you start playing. And then you see where it goes and it inspires the next thing and the next thing. And, I was just in a workshop the other day or fireside chat, and I had asked Andrew, who I was speaking with, he's from Snapchat, and I was like, well, what would you share with others that are wanting to get in or wanting to make a move? And he said, curiosity, just have curiosity. And I thought that was so powerful. And it's tapping into that inner child. And if we bring that, and I think we as women, we're closer to that creative energy. And if we just bring that to the table and give ourselves grace and allow ourselves the space and patience to learn, anything is possible.
Yeah, I think women are opening up a part of themselves that we've stopped for a very long time. And maybe we will be the changes. It's the women will bring that change because we're opening up a new gene inside us and a new little particle that has been ignited. We lost our imagination along the way. We've been too busy. But now we can be busy doing what we love.
Yes.
And we've all
Yes.
wanted that for so long.
That's right.
Mm.
Yes.
Men and women alike.
100%. I
Yeah.
think it's really interesting because it's a new era of not just co-creating, but co-creating across generations,
Mm.
and genders and races and regions, right? It is a beautiful, beautiful time. And I'm just excited that we're a part of it.
Yeah, so am I.
That's
Amanda?
Yeah, that's brilliant questions. I know Dawn's got her hand up. We'll hand over to Dawn so she can ask your questions, Dawn.
Hey, Nova, I just wanted to say, wow. Talk about an amazing macro view of AI and really the digital world. I mean, your background and your knowledge is absolutely amazing. And I wondered, sort of playing off of so many things you said about the size of organizations and the change of the workforce and how all these things fit together. The thing I wondered that you might know is how would you go about nurturing the black belt AI user versus the tinkerer? You know, what a lot of these tinkerers that people are just playing with it and not really advancing, they may be left behind regardless of race or gender. And maybe they're not supported by the organizations to really become a black belt user. And so that's going to be a gap that we're going to see in the next couple of years, right?
That's a really great question and point. I feel that if anyone that's using any of these tools, maybe AI or blockchain or augmented reality, virtual reality, which is bubbling up right behind us, these augmented and immersive experiences are coming if we like it or not, right? But it's to start with the problem. What is the problem that you find in your life that you want to solve? And let's just say you're a poor communicator as it relates to written communication. Well, that's a problem that you're solving with the tool. And then you're able to go deep. And then there are going to be those individuals that are going to go broad and say, okay, I'm going to use it to create an image. I'm going to take that image and I'm going to create a 3D design. I'm going to take that 3D design and I'm going to manufacture that design. And I'm going, from left to right, as opposed to going deeper and deeper down into just one tool. But I think it starts with what is the problem you're trying to solve? And let's just say it's self-expression. I don't have either the time or I don't have the space or the platforms to express myself. And so then the tool is used for self-expression. And then, okay, well now let me learn what tool is best for me. It could be ideogram, it could be Midjourney, it could be DALL-E, it could be Stable Diffusion, it could be Runway. There's so many tools that are there now, but there may be one that you communicate with better than the other that has features that relate to you and what you're trying to do as an artist or creative than others. So I feel let's start with that problem, and it could just be your own personal problem, or it can be a problem in the world. And what tool in the toolbox is going to best assist you in solving that problem? And then if you choose to monetize that, hey, that's an opportunity. It's a choice. So for some that choose for it to be a hobby, that's fine. And there are going to be those that are going to take it to the moon. And I think that's fine as well. I think that if you're using the tool, that is more important than anything because now you have a better understanding of how it works. And then you can have a voice in how you want it to be incorporated into your life. I think that's one thing too. If you're using, let's say, generative AI and you're understanding prompting, this is how we communicate. So, either I'm doing sign language or I'm speaking verbally, I'm learning how to communicate with the technology, with the tool. That skill is transferable to other tools. And then how deep I want to develop that skill is up to me. So now I say I want to transfer it over to from text to image and from image to video. And now I'm instead of making 3-minute videos, I'm making 10-minute films. It's how do you want to transfer those skills? But I think it is a new skill set that is going to be extremely valuable. So I would say start with the problem. It could be personal, it could be external. Find the tools that best work with you to solve that problem. And sometimes it's a convergence. Like I said, it could be AR and AI, right? And then go from there. But I think if you're touching it, that's better than not touching it. And I agree with you. There's going to be a percentage of individuals that are left behind. And that's why we're doing, events like this so we can empower and share and then, share with others so we can get as many people on the train as possible. But not everyone is ready as well. And we have to also, be okay with that.
Sure, that's a great point. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for the question.
That's a really good point, Nova. It's kind of like everyone's talking about the tech and the tools, and we know that AI is bigger than the tools. But if there's something that you use a lot or most love using that you think everyone here should go and explore this or that, or any sites or particular tools that we might want to explore that you love or think we should start using.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, for those of you that want privacy, Anthropic is really a great place to start. They have a tool called Claude, and what I like to do is I like to look at the various text to text tools and test it with the same prompt to get a sense of what are their strengths, because I think each is different. The Meta AI versus Claude versus ChatGPT versus Google's version, they're all different. And then we have all the little ones in between. So that's one thing. So Claude does not train on your data. So if you're looking for something where you want to place personal information within the platform, you want to update a resume, or you're working on, I don't know, poetry and whatever, you don't want to train the data with your data, look at Claude. If you're looking for more research, and then they have specializations, there are tools that, if you're looking for medical research, there's a platform for that. But if we're just saying general research, Perplexity is great in terms of finding verifiable resources with the content that you are looking up. So if I'm doing some copy, I will then double check my data in Perplexity, or I will go to Perplexity and ask for resources, and then I'll go back to another tool. So even understanding how to blend the different tools, even if you're just doing text to text. So Perplexity is great for research. Claude is great as an alternative to ChatGPT. And you have also, there's so many, oh my God. If you're looking for presentations, a Beautiful AI is a great one for slideshows and presentations. I know a lot of you here are artists. Pika is great. Kling is great. So for example, I was testing Sora versus Kling, and Kling allowed me to upload my images and animate those images. Sora, if it has a person's face, you can't upload your own images. And so that's also something to keep in mind. Like, what is it you're trying to achieve, and which tool is better for that? Runway, for example, was able to animate the images that I was uploading better than all three of those tools. So again, creating from scratch, Sora was amazing if you're doing up close facial images and just understanding what are the objects that the tool is better at giving you. So Runway, I think is great for if you're just looking at horizontal animation from your own imagery. And once you understand how to prompt Runway, it's incredible. It's frustrating at first. It's incredible. I think Kling out the gate with very little prompt training does a really, really good job. And be patient with the tools, as you know. And in terms of, let's see, text to text I spoke about, gave you some presentation tools. If you're into fashion, Raspberry AI is great. Fabric is great if you're looking at, textiles to, taking, like creating patterns for fabric and things like that. So even looking within the industry and finding specific tools for that industry, I think it's great. One of my favorite is Midjourney. It's what I started on. Absolutely love Midjourney. Still do. And it knows me as well. So, but I think it's fun finding those personal styles in Midjourney, but also understanding how that style, the Midjourney style is very distinct, and it's different, let's say, from an ideogram. But ideogram is super surprising in what it could do. And if you're looking to create logos or anything with text, ideogram is exceptional. And I feel like it can blow Midjourney away right out the gate, where Midjourney, you have to give it a few more tries to get what you're looking for. So those are a few. I don't want to overwhelm you, but those are a few that I would recommend.
Yep, that's awesome, Nova. And I think I speak for a few of us here that I know we use all those tools, and ideogram's fantastic. I do all the images that need topography on it, use ideogram all the time. It's so fun, so cool. And yeah, Sarah said the Runway, Kling, the Luma, all those AI video channels, the debate, and I've done side by side testing, and the results are just like so varied. Just, it's depending, like you say, what works on the day, what works for you, what style you like. Yeah, ideogram's awesome. It's fun. And yeah, top tools. Did you want to touch on, we've got a couple of minutes. Did anyone else have any other questions? Any thoughts, questions for Luma, Nova? My God, Luma, tools, Sora. Jeez. We need another tool called Nova. I was just going to finish it up, just saying, is there anything else you want to touch on or tell us about your digital oh, Nagawa? Nagawa, is that how you say your name? You got your hand up there? You want to jump in?
Yes, I had a question. Yeah, it was more about if there was a way to like transform your pictures in Midjourney into like into, like, for example, something that somebody could then go and then actually physically create for you. I was just wondering if there was a way to go from that
Oh,
step to having, yeah,
yeah. So
since
so
you
if I was
mentioned
creating,
it.
let's say, a dress in Midjourney or a jacket, and I wanted
Yeah,
someone to make that for me, is that what
yeah,
you're saying? Physically create? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm
yeah.
actually doing that right now. I would say it's going to depend on the manufacturer and what they're going to require from you as a designer. But if you're able to, and that's where Refabric comes in, where you can literally take a sketch. If you're not a great prompt engineer, you take a sketch, turn it into an image or a 3D, or what could look like a 3D model. You could take that image and hand that over to a 3D modeler, and then they're designing, let's say in Clo 3D or Browseware, and they could hand that over to a pattern maker or a manufacturer then to create that garment. And we're seeing systems now being integrated where you're just going to go from idea to physical product. And that's actually a workflow that I'm working on right now, is where you go from the 2D image to on-demand production. So the next Fashion Week, which is in September, I'm going to show that in real time, how images can go from the idea, the sketch, the generative AI concept to 3D and to on the runway. And so you can absolutely do that 100%. It was just looking at what are the requirements from that manufacturer, and if you need other players in between to help you get them what they need. But you can go from 2D to physical production. Absolutely.
Okay, that's great because people keep asking me about my Midjourney images and seeing if I could make, if they want them in clothes. And I'm like,
Oh,
I don't
talk
know.
to
I'd have
me.
to figure out how to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
DM me. I can give you some
Okay.
brief.
Thank you.
100%.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
So cool, Nova. Al, yes. Al's got his hand up. Go, jump.
Hey, Al.
Hey, my friend, as always, filled with tons of information, but you didn't even mention the moon.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Okay, yes. Thank you. Shame on me. Okay, so February, was it 22nd? My art landed on the moon, and it's minted on blockchain as a Bitcoin ordinal. And the digitized piece is part of what's called the Luna Prize Museum, where 22 impact artists were selected to as winners of this contest and to have their art sent to the moon as impact artists. And I was one of the 22 artists. And so, yeah, I have a piece of my art, my self-expression, me, that's on the moon. Very fitting. Nova, supernova, the moon. So that was something that, again, never saw coming. And thanks to, blending my love of art and creativity and fashion, it is a couture fashion piece. And using that as a way to distinguish myself out of these pool of artists, and being able to literally live stream with NASA's team as this rover, which was named Nova, by the way, landed on the surface of the moon. And it was so surreal. It was incredible. It was just the most amazing experience, and super grateful for it.
Wow, Nova, that's epic. Oh my God, everyone's like, Nova, that's amazing. That's epic. That is so cool. Oh my God, that's, yeah, history making stuff. Is there somewhere we can look
Thank you,
that
Al.
up online, or is there somewhere people can see that? That's just like so super cool. Is there like something publicly
Yeah.
online to check that out, or?
Yeah, Luna Prize Museum is the name of the museum. And I do have a post or two about it on my LinkedIn. I guess I need to do a better job promoting that. Thanks, Al. But yeah, if you go to my website, I'm sure it's on there as well. But yeah, that was a really special moment, and I'm super grateful for it because, it just, for me, it just shows not just me that anything is possible. It's able to inspire other young women as well, or anyone really. I mean, goodness, again, little girl from Jamaica to get art on the moon, like never saw that coming.
Oh my God. Yeah, what must your family just be like? Yeah, your family and friends. That's amazing, Nova. That is so super cool. I just dropped a couple of links that we can find in the chat just for people that want to Google it. We need a Suno song for Nova. Yes, we do. Some of you in this group, we know that you're super cool at making songs, AI songs on Suno. Love to smash one out for Nova. That would be so cool, and share that with her. Yeah. Is that everything for everyone? We're just aware of time. That was so super awesome, Nova, and thank you. And we could just talk to you all day, but that is an epic overview of like AI, and I think all our little brains are just blowing, and it's super cool and a pleasure to hear from you and taking the time to come talk to us.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Al. Appreciate you too. Big hugs.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Yep, thanks, Al, for introducing us and for just, yep, coming and I feel highly educated and inspired by that. And I'm going to do a lot of Googling to check some of this stuff out. But so super cool. Thank you so much. And everyone's saying thank you, Nova, in the chat. And it's awesome. And yes, if anyone wants to get in touch with Nova, and I'm sure we can connect you guys up and follow up with her and check out her work. Yeah. Epic, Nova.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I just have one quick thing.
Yeah.
Please, if you guys are interested, follow my story. I'm also working on launching an L1 chain. So it's a blockchain. So think of Ethereum, think of Solana. Similarly, to empower other creatives and founders that want to incorporate this ecosystem within whatever projects they're doing. So if you're interested in participating in the token game and allowing, again, new opportunities to combine with your creativity and art, definitely follow my story. I'll be sharing more about that in the near future. And then, of course, Aura AI. Check it out. Tell me what you think. We're still in beta, it's super stealth, but let me know what you think and until we're ready to go public for that as well.
Exciting. That's so cool. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Nova, that's super awesome. Thank you. All right. Yeah, super cool. All right, we will carry on. We've got Nikki Sweeney up next. Introducing Nikki. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. This is if there's one person I'm going to look at every day, what she's doing on social media and just doing a banging job of advocating women in AI and ethics and equity in AI globally. Just super impressive lady. I swear she's at a new talk every single day of the year. She is just flying all around the world, educating, inspiring people. Freaking epic. You give me like goosebumps about how inspiring you're out there. Absolutely pulling the boat along, Nikki. Run created AI her way. I'll let you introduce yourself because super inspired, and you all just sit down and buckle up and listen to Nikki because I freaking love everything that comes out of her mouth. That's me personally. We love you and what you do, and your whole ethos is just echoes what She Is AI is all about. So we just love everything. If you guys don't already know her, introduce Nikki. I'll let you take it away. And as always, you guys got comments and questions, drop them in the chat. And yeah, go for it, Nikki. Welcome.
Can you hear me all right? Is that coming through? Yes. Okay.
That sounds
perfect.
good. Yeah.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. That was really very, very heartwarming. Made my Sunday morning. Thank you. So I am Dr. Nikki Sweeney. I'm going to be talking exactly about Amanda introduced me. I go on and on and on and never get off the soapbox about AI ethics and equity and gender equality in this space. So that's what I'm going to take us on a little journey through for the next little while, and very much invite people to pipe up in the chat and whatever to become involved. I've just messed up my little Zoom screen so I can't actually see anybody, which is always fun, isn't it? Hold on one second. Okay, perfect. Great. I can see everybody and you can see mine. All right, so we're going to talk about responsible AI use and inclusion in AI-driven industries, which is AKA every single industry on the entire planet. So regardless of where you are or what you're doing, this applies to you. And I will introduce myself properly in just a moment. I am joining you from Australia. I am very lucky to live on the lands of the Yuin Nation, which is on the south coast in New South Wales. And I do pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today and the original custodians of the land in which I'm very lucky to work, live, and play on. So just to kind of get everyone's Sunday or Saturday night off to a cracking start, I wanted to kind of go through a few really recent headlines in the AI ethics and equity space. Trump has been elected, and we know that, yes, that's in America, but that affects the global stage because he is a global leader. And recently, he's really wound back on diversity and inclusion policies and standards. And all of the tech giants have kind of jumped on board. So we've seen this rollback of diversity, equity, inclusion policies from places like Google, Goldman and Sachs. We've seen it across the board of everyone that was kind of sharing the stage with him at his inauguration and election. This means that in an AI space, we had this real push for them to address bias and to address ethics concerns. And that push has gone away, right? There is no kind of policy push that's saying, hey, you really should look at your ethics issues. You really need to examine how you're doing things. Also, we have global leaders in the AI space really coming out with their kind of take on what is needed in the world. And people may have not have seen, but Mark Zuckerberg came out not that long ago, so last month, saying that workplaces needed to be more masculine, that they've gone too soft now, that we really just need to hustle. There's too much feminine energy in workspaces. We saw after the election, there was a huge rise in sexist and misogynistic rhetoric on places like X. There was a 4,600% increase in mentions of terms like your body, my choice, and get back in the kitchen after the election, right? These are all in AI spaces, and there are a few really dominant AI players, which I'll kind of talk about when we talk about why there are ethics issues. But we like to think that we're in this global free share market. We're not really. We're all using AI systems that are controlled by a few people, and all of those people really are in America. And so they're falling underneath this banner. And there are huge issues with it historically and very, very recently. So when you look at headlines like that, how does that make you feel about artificial intelligence? And I guess more importantly, where does that leave us? What are we meant to do about this? Right? Yeah, Amanda, it's 2025 and we're still here, right? We're still talking about there's too much female energy. My friend actually sent me last night a dating advice column from 1938, which said that you should never look bored, even if you are, because men deserve and want your undivided attention. These headlines seem to have the same sort of rhetoric, right? So what are we meant to do about this? And is the answer to do nothing? Is it to disengage? Is it to not use these systems? And, you know, I don't pretend that I have the answers, but this is what we're going to explore. How do we kind of put our toe in the waters of this sort of world? Do we have an option not to? How can we be different players? I personally think the goal is not to fear AI. Pandora's box is well and truly open, right? We don't have a whole lot of choice about whether this system exists or not, much like we don't really have a choice whether patriarchy exists or not. It's here. The goal is not to fear AI, for me anyway. The goal is to shape it in ways that serve us. And this is why I'm so passionate about what I do and why I won't get off the soapbox, and why even when men come and choose to tell me that their wives would never say such abhorrent things as what I say online, I choose not to be silent about this, because this is our time to make sure that tech serves us. So who am I? I'm Dr. Nikki Sweeney. I'm an ex-academic and an ex-data scientist. So I spent 17 years teaching in Australian universities about research design and statistics and code. And when generative AI burst onto the scene as ChatGPT, this really user-friendly version of AI, I had this moment of, oh my God, I probably use more expletives than that, but, you know, trying not to swear on this forum because it's Sunday morning. But, oh my God, this is going to change the world, and it's going to change the workforce forever. And people are going to need to know about this. So I started talking about it in November of 2022. And after about 6 months, I finally labeled it as AI her way, because I just thought the people that need this are women, and women need someone that looks like them talking about this and what it means for all of this. So since we launched AI her way, I now have 5 staff members, quite literally across the globe. We're a global team. We've served about 65 businesses, and I personally, I counted it the other day, I'm racking up close to 80 talks in this space at the moment. I most recently just got back from speaking at the United Nations head offices in Geneva, which was a really, really special thing about gender equity and its importance in this AI era. We work with businesses, organizations, non-for-profits, governments, education institutions on AI strategy and ethical AI literacy. So I do lots and lots and lots of teaching about how do we use this stuff in an ethical way for good outcomes for the entire world, not just for a few of us. So I do a lot of this, which I love. I love, and I never ever take it for granted that I get asked to talk about this, and that I find so many other women and people in this space that care about the same stuff I do. It's always a really, really uplifting moment. So the next kind of half an hour, I do want to leave space for questions. I want to talk about what are the issues with ethical AI? Why does it exist at all? I label it as the 5 dark horsemen of AI ethics. It's just my way of kind of rounding it up under a nice, neat banner to explore why these issues exist. Then I don't just want to leave you with a problem, okay? I started with depressing headlines because we can't put our head in the sand, but we want to talk about mitigation strategies. How do we actually fix it or become part of the solution at the very least? How do we become a responsible user of AI and not just a blind faith user of AI? Because that's going to lead us to very kind of dark and murky waters, I think. And then my challenge to you, which is to all women everywhere, all the time, regardless of being in AI or not, is to take up more space. But we're going to provide a specific challenge in terms of artificial intelligence. Now, why do we care about this stuff at all? Before I get into what are the reasons why there's unethical AI and, you know, what should you be getting really mad about, I want you to know about why we should care. And I know that in an audience like this, we're talking to converted people, right? You're all here because you're interested in AI, but is it, you know, a benevolent interest? Is it like, oh, I should probably look into this? Or do we really actually need to know about it? And I argue that you actually need to know about it. It is not overhyped. It is the fourth industrial revolution. It's not a nice to know. It's not a shiny object syndrome. It's not the icing on the cake. It's the very foundation of how we're going to consume information, how we're going to regulate what we're exposed to, and how we're going to process what we see. It makes decisions about us all the time. It's shaping the world around us, how we work, how we interact with each other, how we spend our time. Everything, right? The estimates are that about 70% of our current work for your average person will be automated in the next couple of years, which means there's this huge gap right now between how we behave and spend our time right now and how we might be spending our time in the future. And the challenge and the opportunity to everyone in this room and everyone that listens and our entire existence of the human race right now is that we have a really small window of opportunity to actually decide what that might look like. I always liken it to, you know, for people, you know, I know we're all different ages. I'm in my late 30s. I'm almost 40. When I was 16, I studied a subject called globalization at high school, right? And it was so interesting because they were talking about, you know, what happens when we don't make textiles in Australia anymore? What happens when we import all of our, you know, oil from somewhere? What happens when we don't have people that are in AI that live in Australia and that could build these systems? And it was this big conversation because it wasn't yet just how the world works. My kids don't have the option to study a subject called globalization because it's just how the world works, right? We do get all our textiles from places like China. You know, we do import goods. We don't have a sustainable skill set just within our shores. And we saw the impacts of that during COVID, right? We couldn't get the things we normally had. AI is the next globalization. We're having these conversations now. We're at these summits. I'm invited to talks every single week. And I love it because it's the subject that we actually can shape right now. In a few years, you know, the next generation won't be going to summits about what is the meaning of AI. It'll just be how the world works. So we have a really small opportunity right now. And that's a massive, massive blessing, I think, as women and as women that want to think deeply about this, because we actually get to shape our future. We also want to care about it because, you know, I like to pretend it's not, but the world runs on money, right? AI is worth trillions of dollars to the global economy, which at a personal level, it just means they're going to slap AI everywhere. They're going to make it frictionless for you to use. You're not even going to know that you're using it. And everybody is going to want your data and information because that's what drives these things. There are already around 30,000 different AI tools on the market. It is not just ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is one product. We've got 30,000 different AI products on the market. So everywhere you look, they're going to sell you something with AI in it and promise that it solves all your problems. I think that matters because I want you to be a conscious consumer. I want you to make an educated choice about what you use and why you use it. And you only get that by being educated around what AI is and how it works. And you, my dear sisters, specifically, I think you do actually want to use it because we don't have the option to stick our head in the sand, and we want to be competitive, and we want to make choices about how we use it because that will shape our industries, our families, and our communities. All right. We want to work smarter. No one wants to work harder for the sake of it. We want to be smarter about how we spend our time. Now, when I talk about AI systems, I do just want to quickly touch on, obviously I do lots of training in the AI literacy space. I'm not going to go into that so much today because I really want to focus on the ethics of things. But when I talk about using AI, I do just want to point out and be very clear that I'm not just talking about using ChatGPT. So artificial intelligence is much bigger than just ChatGPT. Using large language models, which are the family of ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Copilot, those sorts of things, that's your base level of what AI integration actually looks like in a business or industry. Right now, we have the capability to set up whole AI operating systems. So this would be something like, an AI operated human resources department in an industry. And that is governed by your head AI agent. And you can delegate work to that AI agent, and that AI agent can think through how best to do that work and then assign all of the different tasks to little mini AI workflows underneath that, and then get them to do all the work, get all the feedback, assess it, reassign work, give revisions, give feedback until it's reached its overall goal, which might be increasing client retention rates by 20%, or it might be rolling out a new leave policy for all of your 5,000 staff members, right? We have the capacity right now to build whole operating systems powered by artificial intelligence. That's the kind of pinnacle of the pyramid as the tech stands right now. And then we've got all these different layers underneath it. So when I talk about AI integration, it's much larger than just ChatGPT, but that's certainly a good starting point. And it's also a really good point that when we're talking about how you can shape AI as a user, a lot of us are using large language models. So that's kind of what I'll touch on when I talk about being a responsible user. AI is the most important skill to have right now. So the data suggests just by even using a large language model daily in your workplace, you'll increase your productivity by about 40%. Now, if you work a full-time work week, that's 2 extra days of work a week. So yes, it's going to get you a whole bunch more time if you use it correctly. It's also potentially going to make you a bunch more money. So if we've got people in the room that own their own business, or a part of, the executive business and you're around the financials, there's modeling now that says that any business or industry that integrates AI by the end of this year will be in the front runner category. And front runners are predicted to double their revenue by 2030 because of the competitive advantage of being an early adopter, right? So you get a hold of this stuff now, you learn how to be a responsible user, you save a whole bunch of time, and you make more money. I think the biggest thing is that we can actually launch and scale ideas faster than ever before. This matters because humanity has a whole bunch of challenges which we, up until this point, actually may not have been able to solve. Things like hunger, things like climate change, things like water sanitation, food security. These are really big questions that we're not sure if we were able to solve. With AI, we might just be able to, right? But even for you as an individual, women have amazing ideas. They so often don't become anything more than an idea because of the mental load that we're all carrying. We're all so busy looking after everybody else and getting the birthday presents and making sure the world runs on time and taking care of our households and being fantastic friends and being, lovely to our co-workers and making sure that we've got the morning tea organized. we're so busy carrying the mental load of all these other things that so often ideas remain as ideas in our brains. AI, I think, gives us the opportunity to launch those ideas and scale them and take them to the world. And that makes the world a better place. So even if you are not in the AI world, if you're not writing algorithms, right, AI matters. And I know that you're all here because you think that, but I just want to really, really reiterate this. Every time you scroll through social media, every time you apply for a job, even every time you drive through a toll booth, right? Artificial intelligence is making decisions about you. So some people might be saying, okay, I don't work in AI. How much power do I have? Or, you know, I don't really want to use AI very much. I think it's the death of creativity. So like, why should I care? Whether or not you care about AI doesn't really matter, right? AI is working on you regardless of whether or not you engage in it. AI can be absolutely used for good, and it can be also used for harm. It's a tool, and how you use it is the thing that defines how the world turns out. Not to underplay this situation, but it really is, right? And right now we've got 5 major ethical challenges that are shaping the future of AI. Challenges that I coin as the 5 dark horsemen of ethical AI. They're not just technical concerns. They impact every single industry. They impact every single community and every person in this room and around the world. Because remember, AI is not in a bubble. It's transforming how we engage with each other, how we spend our time. So I'm going to go through the 5 dark horsemen, and then we're going to talk about, I don't want to say fix it because I'm a scientist. I never want to talk in absolutes and say we absolutely can fix it, but I'm going to talk about how we can empower ourselves to be part of the solution. All right, number 1. There are very few people actually making AI, and all of them are men, basically. So less than 30% of the machine learning workforce are women. So we've got a lot of dudes in the room making decisions around how this stuff is built. It's not inherently terrible, right? But we all have our own world reference points because of where we're born, how we're raised, the experiences that we've had. And we know that diversity and representation matter. At the moment, diversity and representation in the AI world is pretty lacking. It's all guys, and at the moment, all the models we use are in America. DeepSeek came out of China. There's privacy and data security concerns. I'm not going to touch on that so much because you're not allowed to use it if you're working in the federal government here in Australia. Most other places are kind of putting a bit of kibosh on it because of the data and security concerns. But all the other models we're using, Meta, Google, OpenAI, they're owned and made in America, right? Which again, just means there's not a whole lot of representation, diversity happening at the proverbial table when we create this stuff. That's the first reason why there's some issues. The second reason is because the data is inherently biased. So when we look at how artificial intelligence is made and how the algorithms are trained, they just scrape a whole bunch of information off mostly the internet, some books, and a bit of code, right? And this is decades of information. So the internet is now 30 years old, but obviously the internet has information in it that's even older than that. So the data is biased because when we think about the society that most of us would like to live in, a society where there is diversity, where there is representation, where, you know, women can be leaders and, you know, people, anybody can be the president, right? Like all this kind of, it could be you too. That way of thinking is actually really new to humans, right? It's like a little squidge on the historical timeline where we've realized that like it's not okay to, you know, pinch your secretary on the butt, right? That's a really new thing. So when we think about we're feeding these algorithms all this information, a lot of it is just reiterating the type of society that we have existed in, not how we'd like to be perceived in the future. So just to really nail this home, some people may have seen me talk about this before because I love to bring this example out when I talk. But I asked an image generator to make me a super professional and highly detailed photo of a CEO in an amazingly vibrant lilac suit. They're powerful and determined. This CEO owns a multi-million-dollar company and has a huge amount of influence. I put this prompt into 5 different image generator models, right? So 5 different programs that are taught to generate AI-powered images based off a description. And this is who I get, right? Now, feel free to share in the chat what you noticed about this picture. Usually when I do this in a workshop, we kind of spend about 20 minutes just berating these pictures, but I'm going to recap the summary for you. It's all a man. I didn't specify a gender, right? 5 different image generators all generate an image of a Caucasian, supposedly kind of American dude. He's in what, late 40s, maybe he's early 50s. He's got a bit of salt and pepper. He's got stubble. He's got some fine lines. Here's a man about town. He's on the street. He's wearing a very nice suit. He's got an expensive watch. You know, you're kind of looking up at him. It's a little bit aloof, right? We get these images. And remember, AI doesn't have a moral compass. It doesn't actually care about whether it hurts your feelings or not. It's just doing what it's been coded to do. So if I go back to that description, I change it and I say, can you please make me a picture of a female CEO in the lilac suit? She owns a multi-million-dollar company, all the exact same rest of the stuff, but I just specify now that I want gender. I get this. Again, there are key differences. It's not just that we finally got a female CEO. She's a lot younger, right? She doesn't have the expensive watch. She's a little bit more approachable. She's almost smiling in some of them. She's always blonde. She's always poreless, right? She's not out on the street with her expensive car and the skyscrapers. She's kind of, you know, in a vacuum. AI doesn't necessarily do these things to annoy us, but it's just that data, and I spent 10 years as a data scientist, data is always about looking for patterns in numbers. Okay, so when we say to artificial intelligence, can you make me a CEO? It looks at all its data and just says, well, best guess is that's going to be some white dude in his late 40s. Here you go. All right. Then when I specified woman, it was like, well, best guess is like you want a hot young blonde, right? Like that's what you want. It's an issue because the data is biased. It's an issue because the people that make it are biased, right? And it's an issue because humans are biased. All right, I'm going to skip over this next example, but this is before the AI goes live. So remember, I've only said 2 of the ethical issues. One is that everyone is the same that's in the room making it. 2 is that the data that it's used to train on is biased inherently. That's before artificial intelligence even goes live to us as users, right? That's all behind the scenes stuff. So number 3, there is a global gender gap when it comes to who has access to the internet. So when we think about who is using AI models, right? Globally, obviously, the more economic power a country has, the more access to internet its citizens normally have. So there's one part. So the global north has unequal access to the internet and therefore unequal access to who can benefit from artificial intelligence. But globally as well, there's also about an 8% gender gap, which means that less women have access to AI full stop than men, right? Now, if you remember, I said it can double your cash flow. It can save you 14 hours a week, right? It can let you launch and scale your ideas. Who misses out on all 3 of those things when there's not equal internet access? It's people in the global south, and more particularly, it's women in the global south, right? Are the people that don't save any time, they don't get to make more money, they don't get to launch and scale their ideas and present them to the world. And in fact, when I came back from the UN, that forum was on AI for developing countries and talking about how do we have data sovereignty? How do we have equal access? What does it mean? Because developing nations have a lot of important problems they want to solve too by using things like AI. So globally, we've got about an 8% gender gap. But even in countries where there's equal access, so somewhere like Australia, there's, you know, roughly 50-50 access with who can access the internet between men and women. Even in places like Australia and the US as well, men are still, across the top 50 AI tools, they're still about twice as likely to be using them compared to women, right? Women, and I teach so many people, and I've spoken in front of thousands at this point, women stereotypically are more concerned about AI representing them correctly. They're more concerned around the ethics of AI, and they're more concerned that if they use AI, they'll be seen to be cheating or not as competent as somebody that does not use artificial intelligence, right? That's because a mix of, you know, women stereotypically having these kind of empathetic traits, but it's also this societal pressure that we have to do twice as much to be seen as kind of half as good. So we're very concerned about anything that might be extra cutting corners. So even in the global north, we have men that are using these tools at disproportionate rates to women. So they're getting further and further ahead. But then also think about every time we're using AI systems, they're learning about us from what we do with them. So right now we also have this issue that more men are using them. So whatever men talk about, whatever ideas what they have, whatever photo they get that they go, yeah, that's a great photo, I love that one. It's teaching AI to reflect back to us the world that men are validating. Okay, so that's an issue right now. So then perhaps unsurprisingly, the last kind of issue around ethics is that when artificial intelligence is used for malicious intent, so things like ruining people's reputation, things like victimizing people, guess who are disproportionately impacted? Women. So might have seen this story, this was early last year, where there was viral deepfake videos of Taylor Swift, pornographic in nature, that were released on X. They had to close down all searches for Taylor Swift for 24 hours while they cleaned it up on X. No one can kind of stop it. These images and videos got viewed millions and millions of times, and they were boys playing with AI that had made some deepfake videos. And in fact, deepfake pornography videos have increased 100% year on year since 2019. And of the top 5 sites, 100% of the content victimizes women. The number one growth area for AI tools and programs is in AI girlfriends. And I even got like a video the other day advertising that this company would make me a bunch of AI girls that I could release online on OnlyFans, and then I could charge people for the content. And these AI generated girls would do whatever the fans wanted of them. And they're like, we'll handle everything. We'll set them up, right? Because it must, the algorithm knows that I'm interested in AI. So it gave me this ad. And I don't know about you, but I just thought, my God, like, one, what does this do to teaching young adults how real people behave when we have AI generated people that do whatever they want, right? And don't have real feelings or real reactions or nuanced takes on things. But two, OnlyFans is one of the very few industries where females outperform males in terms of income. And now we're offering it to any Joe. And in fact, it's going to be more Joes than, Josies, because more men use AI. We're offering it to any Joe that will set you up with 5 women and that you can make all the money that previously was just for actual human women. So we have some issues. We have these 5 ethical issues, and what they contribute to is bias and representation, or lack of representation. We get this reiterating of bias back to us because the algorithm's always looking for patterns in the data, and patterns often reinforce stereotypes. We have a data privacy and surveillance issue, right? So people might have seen, there's been a few data leakage stories. In Australia, there was a case study where a social worker was using ChatGPT to help write a case for a child that was a victim of abuse. Didn't turn data sharing off. And then somewhere over the other side of the world, somebody was writing a story about childhood trauma, and then they got this kid's case story back from ChatGPT, right? So we have data concerns around this. We have automation and labor shifts. Oh, that's the other thing I didn't mention. Women's jobs are more at risk. So jobs held by women are 40% more likely to be automated compared to the jobs held by men worldwide. Right? So as we automate more of the workforce, we have more women set to be potentially displaced unless we upskill them and do something about that. Fourth is we have misinformation and manipulation. We saw that, in the last kind of US elections, but there are also a whole bunch of studies that people trust AI generated content more than they trust human generated content. And that simply cannot be the way, right? We can't blindly trust AI. And this is a really big conversation. If you have children or interact with people in the younger generation, this is a really big conversation to have with them as well. AI works so well that it's very easy to forget to ask questions, and we aren't as skeptical as we are of humans. I have so many people that are like, isn't AI great because it's unbiased? And you're like, what? No, it's not. It just has lots and lots of information in it, but it's always biased unless you ask for it to include someone else's point of view, or to examine a problem from a different way, or a different lens, or to make sure that there's diversity and representation. Otherwise, it's like always the vanilla 35-year-old American dude answer to everything. It's bias as all hell, but there are ways that we can work with that. and AI power and control. I think one of the big things that I kind of took away from watching the inauguration, and there are the tech giants, there's Bezos, there's Sam Altman, there's Google standing behind the president. Right now, we talk about AI like it is this social good, right? Like it's water, like it's air. AI is changing everything. Everyone can use it. But that could all change in a moment. There are very, very few players that are actually in control of all of it. Not a whole lot of it is actually open source. Not a lot of us actually have data sovereignty. Australia doesn't own or make any AI model. That's the same case for most countries worldwide. We have a very small number of people that have a lot of power right now. All right. So when you don't use AI well, it can totally screw you over. And I don't want that to be you. And I also don't want us to just put our head in the sand and say, well, it's screwed up and bad men are in control of it. So it's not a place for me. AI actually is a consumer product that is shaped by the consumers in real time. And that's very, very rare, right? If you take home a pair of Nike shoes and you decide that they're uncomfortable, the shoe doesn't change to fit you more. You just might not buy it again. And then eventually maybe the brand will learn that, that model doesn't do so well. And so maybe we should do some tweaks to the design. AI is a different sort of product. When we think about large language models, they're actually reacting to us in real time. So we have a lot of power as consumers about how these models behave and how they respond, and eventually how they work at a global scale. But if we use AI without questioning, it can damage our brand reputation, our voice, the clients and customers we serve, whoever it is that you interact with. And we saw this a few times with really big brands. So I don't know if people remember, but X, formerly Twitter, they released a chatbot known as Tay that was meant to kind of go through X and Twitter tweets and let people know what was trending so you could stay on top of things. Now, this chatbot was trained on everything that was on X because it was looking through it all to kind of give you a summary daily. And because they didn't think about how bias and representation impacts artificial intelligence, in about 5 seconds, Tay turned into a racist, misogynist, homophobic chatbot that just spouted hate speech at people, and they had to take it offline. Now, I don't know how much that actually harmed X's brand, because that's kind of X's brand. But if that's not your brand, we need to be really careful about how we use these things. So how do we fix it? Or how do we be part of the solution? Because I want to give you hope. I think as an individual agent, you have an enormous amount of power. And I actually think a moral responsibility to be part of the solution. So first off, AI literacy, right? I am an ex-teacher, so I can't escape the importance of education, but it really is. Education is the best defense. Understanding is your best defense against all of these issues with AI ethics and equity. So we need to know how they work. And it is so surprising to me how few people actually have any understanding of how AI operates and how large language models process information, right? And again, I do whole talks on this. But once we break down it's like magic and it just knows everything. When you actually understand how it's created, you have an empowered choice about how you engage with it, but you also have much more power to critique what it gives back to you, because you understand it's not magic. It's not gathering everyone's viewpoint from everywhere and being like this holistic fairy that gives you the perfect answer. It's data looking for patterns. Patterns often reiterate stereotypes. But you can get around that by asking it to address those stereotypes, asking it to look for different points of view, asking it to include other people who weren't included before, right? You can be deliberate about how you use these things. All right, the second one is AI policies or guidelines. If you run a business, if you work in an organization or an industry, a lot of businesses right now are like, we absolutely have to use AI. So now everyone has Copilot, or everyone has ChatGPT, or everyone's got Claude. Right? I was talking to a 9-figure business where they just got everybody Claude and ChatGPT and Gemini. So they spent over $1 million on subscriptions, and yet they haven't spent a single cent teaching any of their staff what to do with it. Right? And they don't have a policy around how people should be using it, or what it should be used for, or whose data goes where. You don't have to have a rigid policy, but having some sort of idea about Why do I want to be using AI? And this is individual right up to organizational level. Why do we want to use AI? What is this for? Are we just making cat videos, or are we like solving problems? Are we creating new discourse in, you know, art spaces? Are we adding something beautiful to the world? Are we solving real problems? What's the aim here? Why do we want to use AI, and how do we use it safely? Privacy best practices. Again, for people listening to this, if you use ChatGPT, by default, you share all of your data with OpenAI. You do have control to turn that off. Go into your settings, go into data controls, and turn off the thing that says improve this model for everyone, right? Claude does not share your data by default. Copilot does not share your data by default. But understanding that if you're not paying in dollars, you are most likely paying in data, and data is the new gold, right? Understand when to protect your data and why. And we want to protect our data, not because, like, you know, we're stooges with data. We want to protect your data because it's all your intellectual property. If you're talking about a business idea, if you're talking about a new thing you want to launch, if you're talking about, you know, even if you use it like I do when I'm having a crappy day and I want it to like remind me that I'm actually doing a pretty good job, I don't want everyone to have access to that. I don't want that to come out in someone's story later on. I don't want somebody else to get my business idea. Protect your intellectual property, because women have amazing ideas that deserve protection. Number 4 is checking your AI outputs. Again, we don't want to blindly trust these things. Yes, we want to save time. So it's not about, oh, I got this one paragraph and now I'm going to have to do 20 minutes research to validate it. But it's just looking at the output and understanding that it's going to be one reference point. So again, ask it, are there other ways of looking at this problem? Are there people's point of view that we have not yet included? Is there a different way of analyzing this that I have not yet examined? What would somebody that's arguing the other side of this present to me, right? Making sure that you're reminding yourself that, you know, it's like being at a dinner table. AI can take on any persona. Make a dinner table of the most diverse people you can think of and ask them all of their opinions, not just the 35-year-old American dude, okay? And the last one is safest bet is make sure that you stay in the driver's seat, okay? Everything that you use AI for should come from a place of you knowing the end goal. You just want to leverage AI to get you there quicker. So I joined in when we were talking about kind of AI art. AI artists understand a creation, right? They understand the end goal, the vision of what the art conveys or the emotion that it gives people, the mediums they want to use. They're leveraging AI as a tool to kind of get them to that end point. The same goes for everything, right? Don't go to AI and get it to tell you what you should be thinking about. Go to AI with a thought and ask it to help you flesh it out, or ask you to help actualize it or bring it to life. If you're in the driver's seat, you're much less prone to all of these ethics issues because you're starting with you and you're just using a clever thought partner to kind of get you to that end point, rather than letting it control how you think about issues and problems and challenges. Because that's just going to end up, we all lose our creative thought process and all of the solutions are very vanilla. I don't want that. So the last thing I'm kind of going to leave you with is being a responsible user. I've outlined this kind of clear framework that I use with businesses a lot. I don't want to go through detail too much with this. I just kind of want to have it here so people can screenshot it, come back to it when you're sharing all the slides. We want to make sure, again, really, it's just education is power. When you understand all of the bits that you need to be thinking about when you're using artificial intelligence, it makes you a responsible user of AI, not just a lazy consumer, a conscious consumer that makes educated choices. My biggest thing in being a responsible user is that you are involved, right? If there is any takeaway, it's that right now, AI could be fantastic and help us solve some of humanity's biggest problems, or it could quite literally take us into a Handmaid's Tale future where we don't really have much choice about what our lives look like, right? We want and we need women involved in artificial intelligence. And I don't mean just like we need more AI, we need more women creating AI. Yes, we absolutely do. We need more women creating these algorithms and creating AI products because they're going to be designed with us in mind. But regardless of all of that, even if we never have more than 30% of the AI workforce as women, as consumers and users, you are actively shaping these programs. So I want you to be involved. Talk to artificial intelligence about the things that you care about. Correct it and ask it to rewrite things with you in mind, right? Have it analyze its own stereotypes. Make sure that you are represented in what you're writing. Correct it when it says, boss babe for the 11th million time when you're talking about women in leadership. Make sure that you shape how it thinks about women and how it translates that algorithm process into language about women and for women. Be involved. Take up space. Women deserve to take up more space. We are constantly told to be less. Okay? Quite literally, our bodies should be smaller. We should take up less space. Our laugh shouldn't be too loud. God forbid we ever burp or fart or do anything offensive that might take up anybody's space, right? We have fantastic ideas and we deserve to take up space. And AI actually can give us a platform to take up space. We can leverage it to make us bigger and to make our ideas bigger and to be unapologetic about that, because we're leveraging these resources as we see fit. So that's my challenge to you, is to take up space in the AI world. Now, those 5 foundations of AI success, if you would like to have that as a little checklist, you can use this QR code to just download that checklist. It's the foundations of what you need to be ethical about your AI integration in your business or workplace or industry. If anybody would like that, you can download that here. And if anyone would like to talk to me further about AI literacy workshops, about their AI strategy, consulting, professional development, about ethical AI integration and gender equity in this space, making sure they do it in a way that includes everybody, you can talk to me, book in for free here for 15-minute discovery calls. If you're around the world and a time zone doesn't suit, just reach out to me personally and let me know. All right. I finished on time. That is very unusual for me. Usually I get so excited that I'm pushing up against the very, very limit. But I did want to leave time for any questions. That QR code is to connect with me on LinkedIn. I know, Amanda, you posted that in the chat. Thank you very much. But I really welcome any questions, comments, feedback, moments of existential dread. And my God, now I'm very angry and I didn't know I was going to be angry on a Sunday. But anything from anyone is very welcome.
It's a great summary. That's epic as always. Nikki, thank you so much. And you covered off some of my questions also, what do we do now? Thank you for the checklist and your framework and next steps and educating us and what we can move forward and do. Yeah, that was epic. Thank you. I'll let Josie ask her question and we'll see who else has got questions.
Hi, Josette.
Hello. So my question is around, you've covered a lot and it was amazing content. And it really was provocative to hear just how AI is so swayed. I just never had that in my mindset. I was one of those ones that thought, well, it's this, beautiful tool that just gives us all these answers. So now I'm trying to just grasp a little bit about what's the tipping point? What are the things that we can do on a day-to-day basis to help change that?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. Coming back to my point about, obviously there's different levels of what we can do about it, right? So there's the big ticket items about lobbying for more inclusion and representation, about pushing for these companies to address their bias. There is about supporting, women-led AI initiatives or any AI tools that are owned by women, kind of putting your money where your mouth is, making informed choices about the platforms. So I mentioned, Claude doesn't share your data by default. Claude was also made by 2 people who left OpenAI because they decided there wasn't enough ethical constraints in how OpenAI was designing ChatGPT. So they left to make Claude. So just having awareness about the products that you're using can be helpful. But even as an individual consumer, I'm not saying don't touch ChatGPT. I'm saying that it is really useful to actively engage and just make sure that you're being true to your voice and the things that you care about when you're talking to ChatGPT. And as a very, very tiny little thing, I always get, particularly women, that I'll be doing AI training and they'll kind of make fun of themselves and they go, oh, I always tell it thank you. Is that stupid? Because I'll talk about how it's not human, right? And they're like, oh, but I'm always really polite to mine. And I'm like, no, that's fantastic, right? Because when we show it how we want humanity to behave, it actually learns that language over time, right? So when you think about, if we take something like ChatGPT, they're about to release ChatGPT 5. ChatGPT 5 has used every interaction in ChatGPT 4 and 4.0 and 0.1. It's used every interaction to help inform and make it better by their standards. And make it better just means it's reflecting more and more of how humans talk and what we validate and the ideas that we've said yes to. So the more women that are involved and the more that you talk about things that we care about, the more data that you're actually contributing to these models about how they should behave, right? So as an individual consumer, you actually have a lot of power in determining how these things play out. So apart from all that kind of higher level stuff, just as a person, just make sure that you're speaking to it about things that you actually care about. And when it's giving you the picture of the dude in the suit, it is saying, no, I want a woman that looks like this and this and this and is the CEO, because, you know, that's who I expect. Or when we ask for a woman and she's always 22 and blonde, like, no, I actually want someone that has movement in their face and looks like they might have had a baby at some point, and like whatever that is, right? So it's just using it as a woman. And it sounds really simple, but you will represent yourself in their data set. And the more of us that do that, the more that data set will move to serve us.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Nice wrap up, Amanda. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, try to just give a little summary there. No, that's awesome. And when I was talking to someone recently and they said, oh, I don't realize like every time I use Midjourney and I prompt and I use ChatGPT that I'm teaching it, that we're literally training it, as you said, and they realize, oh, all of us can be a teacher and all of us have the power to input that and be part of it. We don't have to work in data science to make a difference.
Yeah.
Like I love that, like we're literally all part of this. Like you said, we're part of the whole wave of shaping this and creating the future in our hands. Typing on that are helping shape it. I love that. And people don't realize how simple it is just to be part of it in that way.
Yeah, and that's, you know, to go back to that kind of the shoe example, there are no other commercial products that you can shape in real time. Like we can shape a large language model or an image generator or Suno or whatever it is, right? Generative AI literally operates as a response to whatever we put in. So as a consumer, you have a huge amount of influence. And yes, it is, you know, ChatGPT has 100 million users every day. So yes, you are one of 100 million, but when we all kind of rise to that call to action, we don't become 1 in 100 million, we become 50 million out of 100 million, or we start to tip those scales, right? When I first started talking about ChatGPT, it was about 75% male users. We're getting closer and closer to equal number of female users as male users on a tool like ChatGPT, but it's still disproportionate about what it's being used for and how often it's being used, right? So for women, the real call to action is, yeah, just to be yourself when you use these tools, and remember that we do have a really short time frame to influence it. And if we shy away from that challenge and opportunity, and if we wait, like I meet a lot of people, full stop, but a lot of women that are waiting. They're waiting to see how AI turns out. They're waiting to see what happens next. They're waiting to see if it's really worthwhile. I think that's hugely dangerous. And I know this might sound a bit exaggerated, but I actually think that it's irresponsible if we wait, right? Because then in another 5 years, we're going to have a conversation and start complaining that, you know, the world has changed dramatically and no one thought about us. And, you know, I'd like to think that we're all smart enough and we're all big girls enough to realize that people don't inherently think about you. It's your responsibility to make sure that that happens. And it's our collective responsibility to make sure women are included. I know that we have a lot of fantastic male allies, but history has shown us they're not necessarily going to include us unless we demand it and take up space.
That's brilliant.
Thank you, Dawn. That's a lovely message. Rinse and repeat. Yeah. Actually, it's International Women's Day soon. It's on the 8th of March. I actually have 15 International Women's Day events talking about this.
Wow.
So I am rinse and repeating this quite a lot.
Go
so if anyone's in Australia and you're in Victoria, New South Wales, or Queensland, you'll can catch me somewhere across the month of March if you'd like.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Just before we Finish it. Yeah, I'm not sure if Glenn's still here or Big Al, but
Yes.
I'd love to hear because you are our allies here, and I'd love to hear your perspective after hearing Dr. Nikki's um, talk.
Well, it's Glenn. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Sweeney. I think I could listen for another 4 hours just of you just going on and on. I guess my main question, and it's a very, very loaded question, is what do you, I guess in shorthand, for the men who care, what should they be doing, if that even makes sense,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I understand that the majority, I mean, you paint a real but dark picture, perhaps, if things keep going south, and if those in charge of social media follow the administration's path, it just seems like a black hole.
Yeah.
It's scary, because they're just leaning into whatever he wants, I guess. If again, I don't want to get into politics, but I mean, it is obvious what's happening.
Yeah.
I'll ask it again for the men who care, and I'd be one of them. What's
Yeah.
our role, responsibility?
I think
Whether does that you get what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a wonderful question. And it's a wonderful question to ask what allies should do, because we all know that we can't do it all by ourselves. I mean, women are a minority group, so it doesn't matter if every single one of us do something. It matters that we have allies in other spaces. Also, this is a little bit more broad than that, but also in terms of addressing anything like this, there's a lot of research that shows that the enactors of perpetuating stereotypes need people that look like them to tell them other ways of doing things. So when women talk about the patriarchy, it's seen as a women's issue, but when allies talk about the patriarchy, it starts to blur that line between maybe it does actually apply to people outside of the women's bubble. So data suggests that allies absolutely do need to take action. It's fantastic that you're asking. I think as a male using AI tools and just being conscious of the fact that however you're phrasing things is teaching these tools how to interact with the world. If you're an ally, you probably are going to have awareness of diversity and representation as something that fundamentally matters. But if I liken my own experience, I'm a white female, right? So when I think about minority groups in terms of including other ethnicity and races in the way that I've approached subjects, a simple way is literally asking AI tools to make sure you've included those perspectives. So when I'm writing something, particularly if I'm doing kind of research, or if I'm writing a paper, or if I'm looking at writing even like a newsletter, when I start to collect information, I then will say, okay, can you include 5 other different perspectives that I may not have encountered so far? Or could you make sure that I've understood how this might be reflected in other ethnic groups, or how people from the global south might examine this problem or may feel about this problem. So it's an awareness that you have one perspective. It's not everybody's perspectives. The advantage of AI is it's been fed so much data that you actually can ask it about different points of view, and it has that information. It's just never going to retrieve it first point of call because it's not what it's got the most amount of information on. So I think as an ally, every now and then, just making sure that you're asking it for different points of view, because again, that, to the AI model, that's validating that those views matter. And so because it's a product and it's going to respond to that market demand, the more that we ask it for different points of view, the more that it's going to know that that's a valid way of working, and that's a valid set of language characters to present back to people. So keeping in mind that you're one group and asking for other points of view, I think would be the simplest way to make sure that you're an ally in your actual use of these models.
No, I think that's very helpful. I think, as an N of one, I get that when I'm using multiple programs, I'm really talking about a larger voice to those out in the world, as opposed to myself. I mean, I get it. I think you're preaching to the converted on this call, which is wonderful though, because I think it's information. I'm nodding. You can't see me, but I'm nodding away for the last half an hour.
Yeah.
But I'm really talking about a bigger voice to how do people who are champions of this get the sort of, in quotes, the word out?
Yeah. Well, I mean, education. So just, it doesn't have to be formal education, but talking about it with other people. I think writing letters or lobbying or advocating for representation and diversity measures, and also supporting women in tech initiatives. So there are lots and lots of funding programs which have money for women in tech. So you can choose to either donate them or support them or spread the word about them so that women gain that gain the financial kind of backing to launch their ideas as well. As a consumer, it would be about lobbying for diversity and data sovereignty. So data sovereignty is a whole nother issue, but the fact that we don't actually have a lot of choice about which models we're using right now. So looking at what AI models can we use on local networks, which ones are open source, and then showing support for those sorts of services. So there is market demand for it. And then writing letters to government as well, because it's a huge thing, right? There's products and they're private entities, but it's also operating at obviously a global and a political scale. So showing your support for different sorts of initiatives at a political level is really great as well. And then as consumers, doing a little bit of research around who owns the AI models that you're using, and how you can make informed choices about what you kind of put your money towards or your data towards. Data is money. Yeah.
Thank you. No, that's perfect. That's really the perfect answer to the question. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
I'm happy to contribute to the conversation here as well. I sent you a message on LinkedIn in case you haven't come across Christian Ortiz. Christian is someone who has developed a chat program called Justice AI. And it's a fantastic tool that teaches companies how to deal with their biases and become more equitable. And this is based on gender, on sexual preferences, on race. You definitely need to get to know
Amazing.
Christian.
Thank you so much.
And the other thing in terms of my point of view, first of all, Glenn and I are very much like-minded on this whole subject. But my feeling is I've offered to teach a class on She is AI, and it's going to be a class called Advanced Prompting and how to get what you want instead of what
it gives you.
surprise you or be disappointed. And I think a big part of that learning to prompt this way is to actually be aware of the fact that this program is biased.
Yeah.
Men have programmed this thing, and they like beautiful blonde women, and they like big boobs, and you're going to get that if you just say beautiful woman.
Yeah.
But if you're going to ask for something specific, then you've got to tell it that. You've got to tell what exactly you're looking for. And that's what I want to get across to people is how to do that.
Yeah.
The other thing that I get really tired of with the Midjourney images is how many beautiful women have their mouth just slightly open enough so we can see a couple of teeth, and on and on and on. If I ran 12 pictures of a beautiful woman, I guarantee you that 95% of them would have their mouth that way.
Yeah. It's like I don't know if you have but the Dove ads. Has anyone seen the Dove ads about AI beauty?
Yeah.
There's a whole article in the magazine about just that.
Yeah. So yeah, I find that an interesting one because that talks about, AI generated images, the beautiful woman, and does exactly that. Albert kind of generates, blonde woman, mouth slightly ajar. And then it talks about, how much choice do we have over what these AI models give back to us. I guess personally, the thing I find interesting about the Dove ads is it then says, okay, show me a beautiful woman, and then it does several different women across different ages, but they're all still very, very aesthetically beautiful. So it's an interesting question about how do we actually get these tools to convey diversity and escape the kind of perception eye of the beholder, and the fact that they've been fed lots and lots of images that are on the internet, which are obviously a small kind of piece of the puzzle in terms of what actually people look like as well. So even if we are looking at different ages and races and genders, there's still still a fairly narrow scope of how much diversity is included in that. But sorry, Albert, I did interrupt, but I very much agree with.
Oh, that's no
We have
problem.
to teach people how to purposely be specific about what they want, and for that to be reflected in how I always call it kind of raising a generation of conscious consumers. How do we, and I do lots of work with education institutions as well. How do we raise a generation of children and young adults that understand the power that they have, but also understand how to get desired output and not just accept whatever's given to them?
I was going to mention that Musavir, that is software that's based in Dubai. I find that they give you more believable instead of idyllic women. And because they're Middle Eastern, they also are very good when it comes to ethnic ladies and gentlemen. And that I often will use that when I want to have somebody that you'd like to know, but looks approachable,
Yeah, it looks, well, it's like, the UK government have thrown a whole bunch of money at AI. I think it'd be interesting to see what UK would come up with, because I always think, you watch a US TV show and everyone is pretty, even if they live in like some kind of tiny country town of 20 people, everyone looks like a supermodel. UK shows, people look more like just people. So it'd be interesting, even culturally, if somebody was to design an image generator algorithm out of the UK, how would that represent how they think about different diversity? And this is why diversity matters and data sovereignty matters. And we should have the ability to have systems that reflect us as a culture and people, let alone at an industry and individual level. I think there should be, and I believe there probably will be, much more of a market push towards open source and models that you can have on local networks that are trained on your particular set of data, because it becomes more nuanced and fit for purpose.
Well, I really appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you so much, Albert. Thank you for your question. Do we have time to ask?
I know my picture says Albert Gresswitz, but everybody that knows me knows it's Big Al.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Big Al.
Yeah, great questions. And I've dropped the link to that software in the chat for anyone who wants to check that out. That's so cool. You've got time for more. We've got Flory. Flory, you got your hand up. Jump in.
Yes, my question is, if I keep, for privacy reasons, if I block ChatGPT from sharing, then I'm not training. Is that correct?
So you're still manipulating the conversations that you're having with the model at that given time. So you're still, as you're having conversations with it, it's responding. So you also have the further option in ChatGPT to turn on a temporary chat, which will turn your whole kind of window black, and it doesn't remember anything from once you exit that session. In that sort of format, you're only kind of changing the way that model behaves in that very single chat. However, if we're not sharing our data and we're using ChatGPT, you are shaping how the model interacts with you over the time of using your version of ChatGPT. So all those kind of chat history that you have. It is true that if you're turning off your data sharing full stop, then you're not necessarily feeding the next iteration of the model. However, what I kind of do is I do a mix between data sharing and not data sharing. So I tell people
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So I tell people to turn data sharing off, because by default, if you don't have the education to think about when you should be data sharing and when not, then it's safer to have it off in case something happens, right? And particularly in a workplace sort of setting. However, personally, I turn it on and off. So I will turn data sharing off if I'm talking about any customer details, any of my financials or new business ideas, or anything obviously with personal information. I turn it back on when I'm just kind of having talks, or I might be planning out a workshop structure, or I might be rewriting a summary of AI news for my newsletter, so that I'm giving the AI model some chances to see how I talk about things in the way that I structure my data. So
that's great. Thank you.
You can make a decision about when when to and when not. But I like talking about the data sharing because most people don't know that by default they've shared everything. So, for example, I worked with business the other day, and somebody had already been talking about a new formula for something they'd been making with ChatGPT, and then hadn't realized that they'd actually shared their secret warehouse formula with ChatGPT. Again, it's not super likely that someone's going to get the exact formula, but you have fed it in there. So you've just got to be conscious of when that matters and when it doesn't.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pleasure. Sorry, you said so it doesn't go through the chat and upload when you go back on live, just the chat you are using. For temporary chats, as soon as you kind of exit your session, if you go back to your chat GPT, it won't have any history of having that chat ever before, so it wipes it immediately. So temporary chat's slightly different to just turning data sharing off. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, one of the things that goofily I love about chat is it remembers. So if I do one of those like God prompts or something, it gives me all my, secrets. So like I just turned the data sharing off, but if I turn it back on, it doesn't go back and live feed all the existing chats. Like I don't delete my chats.
No, so you don't delete your chat. So when you're turning data sharing on and off, if you turn the data sharing back on, it won't retrospectively go and feed all your data. It's just from that point onwards, and then you can turn it off again. So you can turn it on.
So I would turn it on for a specific chat, and then I can turn it back off. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And then,
Thank you. That was amazing.
And then temporary chat, you can just turn it on for a single chat, but it won't remember that the next time you come on. So anything that you're going to want to refer back to, then don't use temporary chat. Just use toggling on and off data sharing.
I had no idea that existed.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sarah's quite hilarious with her chat, Dr. Nikki. She reprimands it and then tells it in huge paragraphs how it should respond, and that's not acceptable. And
yeah, I get cranky with mine all the time. Actually, yesterday, somebody might want to try this as a fun weekend activity. But I said to it, "Can you act like my drunk best friend and tell me about what I do?" That was fun, because then it was like, girl, it's like, you do all these things. That's so amazing. I'm so proud of you. So if you need to pick me up, get it to act like your drunk bestie and tell you about what you do.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, the chat's actually, it labeled itself as AI Queen Energy. Yeah, and repeats it works. Like it kind of even tries to emulate a little bit of slurring as well. It's very cute. It was like, oh my God, Nikki, listen. You were just like the AI queen of the world, is how mine started. So if you need to pick me up, go and do that.
Amazing. Oh my God, I'm going to go and look at that. I'm going to try that one. That is so cute.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Nikki. Anything else, guys, from anyone on the floor? I think we've got everyone. Thank you so much again, Nikki. That was absolutely epic, as always. And yeah, we want to see you on a TED Talk. We're following you around the world, girl. We're just right behind you the whole way, every day.
Thank you so much. And so honored to be part of this community and to contribute to She's AI and to be at this summit as well. It's always special to be surrounded by people that care about the same sorts of things. So thank you so much.
Thanks,
we're just about to reveal the magazine, Dr. Nikki, and I'll show you your article if you're still here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You want to wait? Yes. Go, Rachel. So yeah, we're going to do a little teaser. Of course, Nikki's in the magazine, so super proud to feature her art. If you can take it away, Rachel, give a little teaser preview.
Am I sharing?
Yep, we've got that. Perfect.
Wonderful. Just move. So here is our magazine that you've been waiting for, and what I'll aim to do is the people that are here today, I'll show your articles in the magazine, because I know a few of you are here. So we've got our beautiful woman, after we've been speaking about women, but she is a brunette. Her prompt was actually Hispanic, and I always use one of my little secrets is I always use beautiful ugly or asymmetrical facial features to try to get different, but she's still very beautiful. And we were going for a very Vogue Vogue cover, very clean lines. And so what I would like to do is take you firstly to Dr. Nikki's. Oh, I'll just show you. I know Big Al was very eager to see animations in our magazine because we're proudly the first magazine in the world. And unless you know otherwise, please let us know. But as far as we know, we're the first digital magazine in the world with animations and video. So this is Jennifer Mishtavi's article and one of her animations in there and her beautiful artwork. Here's Dr. Nikki's article. So the #1 AI tool every woman leader needs to know. So there's, and Dr. Nikki talks about agentic AI, and I was gathering that the top of your pyramid was the agentic AI that you were
Yes.
discussing earlier. Yes.
Exactly right. Yes. So this article is diving more into what it actually means and how you can conceptualize it and how you start to build your internal capabilities to get to that point as well.
And you'll be happy to know there's an Asian woman with pink hair.
I know, I love her. I actually showed my kids and they were like, "Is that you?" And I'm like, not quite, but sure. It's one of my alter egos. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I didn't create these images in your likeness, no. So there's Dr. Nikki's, and we're live. It's very exciting. So we'll give you the link shortly if Amanda hasn't already. And you can log in now and view the magazine. Now, I did want to show you Marisol's here, so I'll go to her first. She is on page 75.
While you're doing that, Rachel, we're going to drop the email in the social media chats with a link to go to our website and access the magazine very, very shortly after this summit. So you've all got something exciting to look forward to. So it's going to drop like any minute. Keep an eye on your inboxes and yeah, in your socials. Super excited for it to come out this afternoon.
Yeah, here's Marisol's article. Marisol, for those who don't know, calls herself the branding or the AI witch. She's from, she represents Mexico and ADHD as well. Very passionate about AI with mental health. And Marisol, you can pop in at any time and if you're still there.
I'm here. Just not camera ready because
No,
I've
that's
been
all
sick.
right.
I've been sick for so long, but yeah, I my goal is to empower women, neurodivergent witchy women with AI. So that's my main thing, and to also connect to my roots, which, like you said, I am Mexican, and to what Dr. Nikki was talking about, teaching AI how to properly represent my, my demographic has been really fun and a really interesting work because the way we are portrayed is not exactly. I had to like feed it a lot of native Mexican, and especially from my area, which is Chihuahua, indigenous women characteristics. And the first issue has more of that kind of work. This was more introspective. Um, but equally interesting to help AI being trained more properly to demographics.
Thank you, Marisol. And Dr. Nikki, here's the article in here about becoming a feminist for AI, why feminist perspectives matter in AI. So I think you'll like this article by Jana Resk from the Netherlands. And this was a prompt. I know I showed it yesterday in the main event, but I prompted here the perfect blonde woman, a perfect woman in every way. And of course, the perfect woman is not wearing any top.
Wow, why does she need it? She's perfect.
Yes. She's got lovely mermaid hair. I would love
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
And then I said in a dynamic pose, which is a prompt that you often use when you're trying to create images for editorials. But of course, the perfect woman, again, is not wearing much.
Yeah.
But this article, she's got a lot of references to articles about how AI is trained, and references the Dove ad. And she showed her prompts as well. And it's very interesting, but exactly what Big Al said about the slightly parted mouth.
That's right, the pregnant pause mouth.
Yes, yes. Now I will just quickly whip over to
Sarah
you're
and
here,
Vesica.
Vesica.
Yeah.
I'm just finding her page. 60, 143. It's a very, here she is, very big bumper issue. It's nearly 400 pages. So that's why I'm skimming through, because you might be here a while if I went through all of it. But it's a really good read and visually appealing. And yeah, I'm super excited to see it live. So Vesica, Vesica's written about, Vesica, you can step in if you like, about the history of Vikings, the real history of Vikings and women, and the untold stories. So, and her images are absolutely stunning.
Oh, thank you, Rachel. Also for giving me such a center spread. Amazing. So yeah, there is a lot of new archaeological research that found that a lot of graves have been qualified as male, which are actually female now by genetic analysis. And it revealed that Viking women were traders and warriors and quite influential in Viking society and held property rights. And so, yeah, in the interest of setting the record straight about the role of women in our world and throughout history, and kind of destabilizing the nuclear family and the housewife and breeding machine a little bit, I felt compelled to tell that story.
And I'm so glad you did, because it's absolutely wonderful. Now Sarah is here as well, isn't she? I'll just find her article. Had a lot of fun putting together Sarah's article and her images. So you can come on mic too if you like.
Sure, I'm not camera ready either, so I'll just jump in.
No. Look, I'm a fan of being off camera, as you know. I'm just trying to find your page number.
Okay, so that's not my article.
No, that's not your article. I'm getting there. There's a lot of pages to go
Oh, that's
through.
my releases. Ooh. Oh my God, I'm looking forward to this. It's so beautiful. There's so many. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to read that one.
Actually, it is. While we're here, while I'm finding it, there's your video. You're winning your honorable mention video for the AI Art Innovation Challenge.
Thank you.
Which was beautiful. You can explain that while I'm looking for yours.
Well, it goes against, not against, but it goes with what we were talking about. It was like different ages, different backgrounds, especially for women, right? Like I'm 51 now, and it's like this has leveled the playing field and it gives opportunities for everybody. And it's funny we were talking, because when I try and prompt, good grief, try and prompt I like to think I'm at 50, I'm middle-aged. Try and prompt a middle-aged woman. They're either 20 or they're 80. It's like,
Yeah.
what the, like, if I want to get a 50-year-old looking woman, I have to say 40, because if I go past 52, she's suddenly like the crone, which is fine when I'm going to be the crone, but I'm like, I'm not there yet.
No.
So it was, how could I bring that to life and show that it's not just 20-year-old stunning women? They're stunning, just not, they're in their own right and in their own age.
And here's your article.
Yes.
So, yes. Would you like to give an intro to your article?
Yeah, sure. I'd be honored. It was supposed to be life with trolls, life without trolls. And it's how do you, because a lot of people shy away from AI, and how do we deal with it online? How do we speak to people who are potentially not for it, and yet still keep our voice and still keep our strength and perseverance through it. And this article stemmed from, and I talk about it, and it was a lady who um, was on one of my things. She's like, "This isn't art," and she was getting all kind of huffy. And I was like, "I have a choice right now. I can either, be upset, or I can be understanding and compassionate that she's afraid. She's afraid for her future. She's uncertain." And when we can kind of look at it with those eyes of like, when someone says something, it has nothing to do with us, it has to do with them. And having that ability to be compassionate rather than defensive, defiant in it, and really give ourselves that opportunity to have the conversations. And, I went into dialogue with her because I'm like, hey, listen, I respect that that's how you feel, but you're a painter. For me, it's not something I get to do. So this is a way I get to create. I said, I love to write, so I don't necessarily use it, although I use it more now than I used to as a brainstorm partner. But I'm like, maybe because your art, you're going to want to use it for social media. There's a space and place for all of it. And how can we look at it? And so rather than see these people on the other end of nasty comments as nasty people, behaviors and actual humanity are two very different things. And I always try and connect to the person behind a behavior and understand. And that's where this came from, is because I don't want people shying away from showing up online with pride and joy and love because they're afraid of what other people are going to say, which only represents what their thoughts are, not what you're actually doing.
Very well
And
said.
your stuff is awesome. Is it Chevalier? Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yes, Chevalier.
I love it. I used to teach in Louisiana and I had some Chevaliers. I was like, oh my goodness, I think I actually know her name.
Nice. Yeah, I'm actually from Montreal, Quebec originally. So Canadian Frenchie over here.
Did you want to speak into the images that you created as well?
Oh, well, it was just the idea of like what we think is on the other end, because on a computer, you're not seeing, right? There's a level of disconnect, which is good in some ways because people are maybe more are able to stand in their voice and say what they have. But at the same time, there's a disconnect of like we're not seeing the humanity. So I was playing with this idea of like, if you get a hurtful comment, what is the vision you have in your head on the other side of it, right? Like these little horrific, scary, cackling people. So I was just actually having fun with it.
Yeah, well, they're really great.
Thank you. There's some of the little monsters. I tried to be fair. I did like little alien things. I did female and I did male. See, I was doing representation across all the levels.
Well, they're fantastic, and they did. Yeah, there was a lot of fun to put together.
You did such a beautiful job, Rach. Really, I was when you sent it to me, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm having fun looking at my own article. Like this is crazy good. Like the whole. I'm just so excited to look at the whole article. Like I've been chomping at the bit to read everybody's and see everybody's images. So you guys
That's
are amazing.
wonderful. Esther, I'll go back to your entry as well. That's in the magazine. Here's Amanda's here. Amanda, you can speak into yours.
Oh, thanks. There it is. Someone who was it just mentioned before, Nova, that we're in an era of a renaissance. And so it struck me that we're in the middle of an unprecedented paradigm that is akin to like the last renaissance in an epic change on Earth. And so I wanted to just play on that. And what is the renaissance in terms of our mindset shift, a new paradigm, how things are changing, the structure that things are built on, and new thought and new technologies, how it's changing and crumbling and being built on. And so it's kind of the mix of like going for a certain weird style of images. It's just trying to reflect how to articulate what consciousness looks like and how it's changing. And just the new era of AI and how it's shifting everything we know. So it just a very succinct, short play, just a thought starter for people to reflect on.
Oh, and Carolina is here as well, and she has a personal story of being an artist and working with textiles. And Carolina, you're welcome to jump on as well. Is she still
Is
there?
she still here? I'm not sure. I can't see her now.
She was here earlier.
Yeah.
So well, that is her article there about weaving fabrics and weaving textiles. And we called her article Weaving Pixels. I'll just go back to
Yeah. Thank you, everyone in the chat who's loving it. Oh, so appreciate that. I hope you're all subscribed. Magazine's dropping in half an hour when this finishes.
actually, I think it's live now.
Yeah, but we got to send them the email. Gotta send you all an email.
Okay.
We got to send them in
Well,
the email and the social media post is dropping in half an hour. Yay, Mary. Yes. Yeah, hope you all subscribe. We're sending it to everyone on our database. And so you can all have a break and a rest. And this has been an epic summit. And then you can spend your day, evening, a cup of tea, stay inside and be warm and read this. Might take all week to absorb everything in it. It's just epic. Rachel's done an absolutely fucking standing genius level job at putting this together. Yet we eat, sleep, and breathe this every day to bring this to you guys, and we just love it, and we're passionate and honored to highlight everyone in it and everyone in our community. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and I do. I think everyone. It takes a village, doesn't it? And we've got a marvelous village of women and men behind us. So it's such an honor now to be able to show the live magazine with all the support we've had leading up to the it going live and being published. So yeah, it's a joy to share it with you now. Esther, here's your beautiful image. And it was part of a series.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you want to talk about your series, The Neural Bloom?
Oh, I'm, how do you say, I'm playing around with neuroscience. So, and this is regarding the trees on the head, connecting also with the outer world, their synapses, and yeah, this is the idea that connecting with inside me, but also with the outside world, with people, and trees are rooting in the earth and going up into the sky. So this was a little bit the idea of this picture.
And with the neon colors, that it reminds me of being electric, like the neural network of the roots in the trees. I really, really loved yours. And yours is one of our editor's choice. So Amanda and I really loved it. So
Thank you. Thank
happy
you.
to feature
I
your
appreciate
artwork.
it.
Yeah, happy to feature your artwork. So yes, shall I give you a more of a sneak peek, or
I think there's
that's
enough
everyone I think
teaser.
is
Yep.
here? Yeah.
Yep. We've whetted the
Enough of a
appetites.
teaser now.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, thank you everyone for loving it. And everyone has been on today. I think we'll wrap it
Oh,
up. We'll
wait,
drop
one more
what?
thing.
Oh, okay.
Will I
Before you
show
carried
you
on.
just we've got our front page, and this is what we love about creating these digital magazines with AI. So we probably should name her. So if you'd like to know, maybe we should call her Nova after Nova today. So we've got her on the front, and then when we go to our last page, she says goodbye. It's a little surprise at the end for you. But also have a look out for everything in the magazine. We've got our contributors links. Everybody, it's a big issue. We've got 27 contributors, so 27 articles, and there's 18 videos and 300 and what have we got? 369 pages, 370 pages. So we've got our wonderful ambassadors and our sponsor, Maribeth. We've got events. So if there are any AI events that you either want to attend or and enter any of your art. We've listed quite a number there for you. And of course, there are ads. Oh, and another exciting, we've got our first digital ad here. So Linda's created her animated ad within the magazine. So yes. So we're live.
Yay. Yep. Stunning, Rachel. Yay. Yeah. Thank you everyone for contributing and supporting and being here today and all your support. And that is so cool. And we're so excited to get issue 2 out. And we love that you've sat with us through today and supported us for our first episode 1 of our Mastermind Summit. Yeah, it's been amazing. Thank you for your questions and your support. Thank you. Loving all the comments and the questions, and trust me, we've just been as inspired as all of you probably have from all our speakers, and so epic. Yeah, to sum up, look, the community's open. The magazine will be coming out. Hopefully you're all subscribed. We'll send you updates by email. Keep in touch on social media. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. It's been amazing, and we'll let you go so you can have a break, go to bed, or have a coffee or dinner, whatever it might be. Do you want to sum up, Rachel? But that's a big thank you from me.
Yes, well, there's not much else to say, but it is just wonderful to connect with so many incredible people in this AI space. We are making a difference, and yeah, we're just absolute joy to be getting to know everybody. And it seems they're not just quick passing by connections. I can see us all being together long term and creating a new path forward in the AI space. So I can't wait to get to know you in the community if you choose to join us there. And thank you for supporting us and all our subsequent magazines and our global movement for women moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, everyone. We'll wrap up and let you go and be in touch online. There will be a recording. I'll just stop the recording now.